That was weird. That was real weird. That was real weird. Yeah, so like I didn't drop a single frame. My connection didn't waffle at all. It just died. That was really weird. Yeah, OBS can suck one. Yeah, if you can't see me, refresh. I mean, you can't hear me, if, you know, but we're back now. That's weird. Is it my PC? Because this game is hanging up quite a lot too. You guys can hear me and stuff, right? Everything's fine? Okay. Anyway, back to big ammo. So I did manage to keep Reaper active through an entire drill fight once on this build. And that was just entertaining. Ooh, ammo. I like ammo.
Welcome back to the land of the living.
+2 to unyielding. How do you guys feel about the unyielding skill? It's this one. I think it's like really weak, but I still don't know if it is like needs changing weak. Cause I'm taking it here because it's better than nothing. At 5 out of 3, it's 2.5% missing health per second. In Rage, it's 5% missing health. 5% missing health is kind of terrible, but it's here because it functions as action skill duration in this setup. So for that very specific build archetype, it's like fine, but for everything else, it's just awful. It's Berserker's literal only bad skill. So part of me is like, does Berserker need a power increase? No. But then the other part of me is like, well, Spellshot Tree is allowed to exist, so... Then I realize that part of me is just being bitter. So I figured I'd ask what you guys think about it. Fucking T1 30% health regen always active. I mean, if Greatborn can have Sanguine Sacrament in tier 2, like, Berserker's heal can be not awful, right? Hey Worlds, just got here. Where's the insane ammo regen coming from? Literally just this, last gasp. This is 10% ammo regen while it's broken, so we're doing everything we can to keep our ward broken. And otherwise it's just scaling off a lot of mag size bonuses we have. Spellshot Graveborn, the better variation of this build? What do you mean better? Spellshot doesn't get movement speed, healing, weapon swap speed, unarmored defense. Like, if you are a Spellshot addict like most of the community, sure, you could probably get more per shot damage out of a Spellshot, but like, I wouldn't say better. Like, what would Spellshot provide here? Magic bullets? Other than magic bullets, what does Spellshot do here? That Berserker doesn't. Spellshot would have way less Reaper uptime. Yes. Losing Blood Frenzy impacts this a lot. Now you could use Glass Cannon to keep your last gasp open without like Amnesia, but that kind of changes the build to a different build. I wanted to specifically do Amnesia stuff. Because Amnesia also gives you that all damage bonus. And... Oopsie. And move speed. There we go. Hey Chester, how you doing? Can't stay long at work, thought I'd stop by. I appreciate that. Hope work's going okay. Been using on poison-based builds. Anyone know what the Pandemicium effect does when poison dots on a boss? Basically nothing. Kite Highland. That effect just doesn't have a good formula. So the value of that explosion can't really be scaled up to a ridiculous degree. It's just not going to be, even for a poison-focused build, that armor effect is not desirable. If you're doing a poison-focused build, I'd say getting a claw armor that converts your companion damage into poison and makes your companions apply a debuff that increases poison damage. I'd say that would be much better for a poison-focused setup. This is working out on 35. Does it still work out damage-wise? You swap ammo regen for, say, a Cursed Wit, normal guns, Rogue Imp, ×4 SMGs, Rain of Arrows, etc. Well, that's a different build at that point, Daniel, and that's just a different build. Cursed Wit is one of those things, as long as you get close enough to enemies, sure, you slap it on anything and it works. But that's a different build. And good luck maintaining full Cursed Wit bonus with a Rain of Arrows, because you have to be in the radius to get that bonus. So, like, is it a Save Your Soul build? Which you could do. You could run a Blaze of Glory, and you can just vibe, but, yeah. I'll be honest, literally the only reason I run Spellshot is to get 2 Hydra spells. Respectable, Strawberry Sinju. Respectable. I like running double Sigil sometimes. So this is the Claw Armor. This is the one I was talking about. This can come in any element, Kite Highland. I'd get a Poison one of these. Now, the primary class of these is always a pet class first, so it's always going to be either Primary Claw, Primary Spore, or Primary Grave. which does limit the skill combinations it can get, but you can still get some good ones. Double buff Meister because reasons you decided to use that item instead of getting a build. Being the reason. Double Frostburns, that's sick. That sounds really fun. Don't threaten me with a good time. Yeah, like a Save Your Soul build does sound like a good time. Been avoiding Curse Whip myself, starting to consider for actual melee builds. Bad Egg. Bad Egg. It's less cheesy, and it's actually interesting. By build, you can press button. True. Morning, Urban Mech. How you doing? Used to double Frostburns, even had a double charge one. Multi-charge Frostburns. That sounds fun. That sounds really fun. That's a volatile Sawmill. No, it's not Ellie, and it's ×3, but 22 mag. I take those. Basically, any Sawmill that's chaotic or better, and that's a 20 mag or better, I take. And then I sort it out later. Thinking I need Dark Magic efficiency, I want more value from Bad Egg. If I want more value from Bad Egg. It could help. It could help. Sawmill the best sniper? Depends on what you're using it for. Sawmill is extremely high DPS if you can sustain the ammo. Or even if you can't sustain the ammo, as long as whatever you're shooting dies. Yeah, it's great. In terms of damage per shot, the Antique Greatbow is an absolute gigachat gun. Do I have an unused Greatbow? I do. I have a volatile one. So, volatile Antique Greatbow, 6,000 damage. At Primordial, this is 7,000 something. But even a used Greatbow, these actually slap really hard too. Like, look at the card damage on this used Greatbow. 614 times 7. Now, you only get one shot of the antique one, and then it becomes a used one. But that's still crazy damage. I have a Primordial Fire used Greatbow, and it's really good. It's just a good gun. You could get this at 700 times 7, and it's only 2 ammo per shot. Extremely good. Snipers in this game are cracked.
Choose, Fate Maker.
The only exceptions are the Kaokon is terrible, and the Ski Prod's okay. Starts off without the used, then you use it and it gets used. It functionally becomes a different item. So once you fire an Antique Greatbow, it changes into a used Greatbow. And a used Greatbow cannot be enchanted and has 1/10 the damage of an Antique Greatbow. Now, because it is mechanically a different item, it is entirely possible for you to shoot a normal Antique Greatbow and the used one to be Primordial, if you're lucky. Which is what happened to me. I had a Chaotic turn into a Primordial. Ammo Regen Sawmill, yes sir. What class setup would you choose to optimize a gun build around Crossblade and Greatbow? I personally really like running Crossblade on Clawbringer, but Clawbringer is in a state where, I don't know, maybe it does need something. So, kind of holding off on that. Those are two of my favorite guns, to be honest. Like, my instinct there, Silent, is honestly say, Clawbringer Spell Shot and do amp stuff. That's my instinct. Do launchers benefit from last gas mag regen? So, launchers receive an ammo regen penalty. This was a mechanic in Borderlands 3, and that penalty has increased in Wonderlands. So, functionally, ammo regen almost doesn't work on launchers. Almost. It's like almost nothing. Eventually, if you wait around for a while, you will regen a rocket. But it is not fast, and it is not something you can build around successfully. What class mod? Thinking.
I'll make it worth your while. Simply.
You know, I'm not sure. Not sure. I did have another idea while I was thinking about that, Silent. You could alternatively lean into the fact that the Great Bow's damage is stupid, and you could use From the Shadows and play the angles, do a Stabbo Spore setup, and just ricochet Great Bow all the enemies. That also sounds entertaining. Hey Sandwich, how you doing? In terms of armor, there's just the usual stuff, like Tide Cape. If you're doing From the Shadows, then you could make a case for Smart Armor, although it's just not going to be the ideal option, and there's also the bugs with it. Depending on multi-class combo, you could use a Claw Armor. I'm a fan of those. I try to stay away from Paradigm, so that's why I'm dancing around that. Paradigm's just, like, better in general than most things, period. But if you're sick of Paradigm, there's other options. The difference between primary and secondary class, the spell Stabbo different than the Stabbo spell, for example. All it affects, Scath, is the class you can change. You cannot change your primary class, you are locked in, but you can change your secondary class at will as long as you beat the story. That is the only thing it affects. Now, if you're talking on armor specifically, the class rolls, including the order, determines which skills it's capable of rolling. But for your character themselves, no, it doesn't matter. What's Twin Soul actually do? What Aaron said. Its whole thing is that it gets 2 hilt mods. It can be any combination of the 2 non-unique hilt mods. So satisfying. Do I have to quit the game to delete a save file and replace it with an old one? You have to not be on that character, but you don't have to quit the game. Profile save would require you to quit the game, but character saves, no, you just have to be on a different character and then you're good. Can never go wrong with Amalgam. Yeah, Amalgam's just stats. Works out very well. Hey Grumpy, how you doing? How sniper the snipers today? Very. Can I ask your thoughts on Circuitous Gyre? Got 3 primordials from farming body rockers. I've heard good things, Midberry. I've not used the gun myself because I've not gotten a good enough roll, but I've heard good things. For the setup, I presume ×2 sawmills are preferred. Yes, ×3 is optimal DPS, but ×2 is easiest to maintain, and you're doing more DPS when you're shooting than when you're not. ×4 is the least desirable, but it is funny. ×2 is the goal here. I'm using a ×3 and a ×4. I have various ones in my inventory right now. Like that's the original ×4. ×3, ×3, ×3, ×3, ×3. There's a ×2. Can I duplicate my Greyborn and have 2 Greys with different builds? You would need third-party tool assistance to make it actually read as a second save. It's easier to just download a friend's save and then use theirs, honestly. That's what I've been doing when I don't want to level. Poison just bad in this game. Low-key, I haven't seen many people running poison weapons besides Ryder. I mean, you're still gonna run poison against an armored target if you want optimal damage. Spore Fuse is poison as well. So, Envy is poison locked and it's a good gun. Gelatinous Cube is poison and it's a good spell. There's good poison things. It's just, it's less saturated compared to Fire, Cryo, Dark Magic. Those are like the very straightforward, like, obviously, yes, this is good. Lightning and Poison both have less identity, but Lightning is included in things like Arc Torrents and the Soaked debuff, so Lightning does have more of a presence than Poison. But there's good Poison stuff, just less of it. Thor Texas Ranger is my build name. Nice. Sword Explosion, why do you suck? Badass Pirate did one spin attack, straight up obliterated a Butt Stallion statue. They do so much damage. It's crazy. See, you're a fellow Last Gasp enthusiast for this kind of weapon, yeah. For weapons that don't have ammo problems, I do prefer just a good old body room. It's health sustain and a global bonus element. Also far less conditional to use. But for a setup like this, where I don't have to break it that frequently, it's fine. The easiest ways to have Last Gasp uptime are Selective Amnesia or be a Spell Shot. And I'd prefer to not be a Spell Shot in all of my builds. I have enough of them that are Spell Shots already. Yeah, they were zooming outside, huh? Imagine we may see a soak effect for Poison in future DLC. That'd be interesting. Using a Last Gasp? Yes. Yes, I am. Ammo regen's only from Last Gasp? Yep, it's 10%. And I have lots of mag size. Like, I've got 53 right now, without my mood rings being, you know, active. And that's coming from a 20 mag. So I have a lot of mag size. 10% ammo regen when you have a ridiculous amount of mag size is enough. 20% fire damage rings be helpful for that body rune plan. You can run Wyvern rings if you're running body rune. Yeah. They're not, like, ideal, but I do like some setups running one Wyvern ring. Yeah. What do you think the best class is to pair with Claw? It depends on what kind of setup you're going for, Smooth Pancake. In a lot of instances, Spell Shot is good at just applying damage to the class you pair it with. When used with things like Spellblade and Warp Paradigm and all that nonsense. So, in the most circumstances, I would say Spell Shot. Hey Trey, how you doing? This is a Clawborn setup? No, this is a Bereaver. It's Berserker Graveborn. Spell Shot do be a stat slut. True. True, true, true. Hey, Simple Rick, how you doing?
The spirit is willing, but the flesh is spongy and bruised.
Name's Trent, the Spell Shot. Love it. Absolutely love it. My next Spell Shot's gonna be named Trent. Alright, here's exactly what I was talking about for that poison build. Mantis Claw. Yeah, all companion damage converted to poison damage. Enemies damaged by your companions take 20% increased poison damage for 6 seconds. That damage increase is a unique section in the formula. We've not found anything that's additive with it, so that's actually just a true 20% mult, which is very powerful. But yeah, the build-wise, I'll go over it again briefly. Down a Greyborn Capstone, Morhem's Blessing is spam triggering Blood Frenzy, which, because Butt Stallion's ridiculous, she gave us a bunch of points. She gave us 4 extra points in Blood Frenzy. Fucking 10 out of 3 Blood Frenzy is hilarious. 30% health and 10 seconds on Enrage Pack every kill, and also every time I cast a spell. Now, we only have 6 out of 3 naturally, because I have 3 on my armor and then 3 in the skill tree. And that's like 18%. But yeah, we get 30 from Blood Frenzy, and then we have Sanguine Sacrament for another 30. Oh, that's hilarious. Also 9 out of 3 Ascension. Thanks, Butt Stallion. Yeah, we go down all the way to Capstone here. Blast Gasp is just kind of nice incidental damage. We spam Arcane Bolts a lot. For when our action skill is up, we spam it for Blood Frenzy and Sanguine Sacrament. When our action skill is down, we spam it for Thurge and Sanguine Sacrament. Faithful Thralls, damage. Dark Hydra's damage, and it's also triggered by Morhem's Blessing. I put a point in Punishment. I didn't originally have that in this spec, but I figure with how many Arcane Bolts I'm using, it is a DPS increase compared to having that 4th Blast Gas point. Max Ascension, because it's free spell damage and HP. Lord of Edges is great, because the lower duration we have on a Reaper, the more value we get out of this. Gives us damage when we need it. Stain of the Soul is there to give a little bit of dark magic to my Arcane Bolt when I am not in Reaper. Because my Arcane Bolt is Cryo. If you happen to have a dark magic one, then just take Dark Pact instead, probably. But, yeah, Dread Covenant helps extend your duration of Reaper every 2 minutes. As long as you're not taking too much damage, your Lich will catch your Reaper ending, and it'll heal you and then disappear. So it's good consistency there. And Essence Drain is for Arcane Bolt spam. Over the Berserker Tree, we take Unyielding, because it's a terrible healing skill, but it is healing, which is better than nothing. And it's more impactful than going 5 in Ancestral Frost, because this is a 3 out of 3 skill. Put the other 2 points here. We don't care about melee damage or enrage duration. Then I go 1 point Instinct here. That's personal taste, because I swap weapons a lot, and the swap speed helps me switch to my launcher and debuff, and then switch back. But you can customize this tier to taste. I like having points in Icebreaker, because I'm using a Cryo Sawmill. The Old Ways is just good. More points in Cold Snap helps you get more mileage out of Icebreaker, but also the movement speed will give you more damage from Amnesia. And keep in mind, if you're doing Selective Amnesia Berserker stuff with Reaper of Bones, your Reaper of Bones will cryo you with Rage of the Ancients, with Enrage. So more move speed helps cancel that out. Unarmored Defense, Giga Chad defense skill also gives our last gasp better broken uptime. And Relentless Rage is just a good panic button skill to have. Hero points wise, crit, spell cooldown. If you want more spell cooldown instead of more crit, you can do that. It's a difference of 7 points, so like whatever. And gear wise, Last Gasp, it helps to have this be non-chaotic or anything. I happen to get lucky here. Now, there's pros and cons. If you get this at higher chaos tiers, it's more capacity, which gives you more health with unarmored defense. But it's also more ward you need to get through to get to your actual health bar. So I opted to not reroll any of my better ones. Can Spellblade proc blast gas? No, it's melee damage. So only blast chill. Double mag size amulet. I don't have Graveborn power here. I want Graveborn power here. Thurge is great here because it minimizes the downtime with the of Reaper with the amount of times we're spamming Arcane Bolt. Arcane Bolt is just the most spammable spell in the game, so yeah, we take that. Mag size rings, as much mag size as you can. And Amnesia. This is a pretty average Amnesia. Like, I don't have gun damage. I really would want movement speed here. Movement speed would be so nice. Move speed and gun damage. But hey, it rolled decent skills, so. Although, is it really even decent? Because those 2 points in Mortal Vessel, I believe the other skill could roll would be Ascension, and that's more HP. I lose the efficiency, but that's more HP and more spell damage. It's Ascension, right? And for my melee weapon, I'm currently using a pickaxe, just because it's the best at giving you cooldown back. I should probably put crystals into the melee bunny and try to get a pickaxe with Ancient to help reduce my downtime even more. I don't really need Echo. Also rolls with Ascension? Okay. Volatile Thurge, Graveborn power, 54% cooldown reduction. That'll be pretty good, Blueface. That'll be really good. Cooldown's probably the next best roll here aside from mag size. So yeah, that's real nice. Possible to get points in Blast Chill while having the other class go to Capstone via class mods? Yes. Yes, Grumpy, it is. I think I should use Ass or Spellcast. On which slot? Is Claw Word to convert all damage source companions, like Tutor Hydra spells, to companion abilities, Dark Hydra, etc.? Anything that has a damage source set as companion, or any sort of companion. Yeah, it works on all of them. So if you throw a Fragment Rain Hydra, which are Cryo, they will turn to whatever your Claw is. Your Snake Stick Hydras, they'll convert. Your Wyvern, your Demi-Lich, your Mushroom, they'll all convert. All of it converts. So, I have inventory? Oh, I have lots of inventory. I want that. I might do a thing with that. So I want to hit the Sniper Bunny for Sawmills and Great Bows, but I also want to try out that melee weapon situation. Yeah. For the Crossblade Sniper focus build. If you're doing Clawbringer, I'd say do Hammer Throw. So you could have good Harbinger spam ability. That's an action skill you can use without giving up your right hand. So you could keep shooting while refilling your ward. So that gives you easy access to action skill start stuff. So action skill start 20% and then fill the rest with spell, I suppose. Or you could go action skill start gun damage and action skill start all damage and then fill the rest with spell, is what I would do. If they release an armor that converts all companions to melee, I might stop playing. I mean, Snake Stick is already melee companions, and those can proc Blast Chill. Prod. I want Sawmills and Great Bows. Oh yeah, that setup's kind of old, huh, Aaron? Volatile Kaokon. Yeah, this thing's a fucking meme. 5 ammo per shot, 338 times 5. It's actively awful. Hate that gun. It's one of the only items that just makes me upset when I see it. Was expecting it to actually have a command. Well, there you go. So, I mean, if I was going for, you know, absolutely perfect stuff, I would want a Primordial, Graveborn Power, Dark Magic, or Frost. Either one works. Thurge. Berserker Power would be acceptable as well. So that gives me a lot of flexibility there. But I'd want double mag size to be the most important thing. Because what's double mag size in Primordial? Volatile, obviously 53.1, but what is it at Primordial? That sounds scary. And then Primordial for these. This is probably good for a while. This is probably good for a while. This is good for a while. Yeah, it's mostly just these slots that have potential upgrades. More this one, because Spore Warden Power does nothing for me. And then I want ×2 Sawmills instead of ×3, ×4, if at all possible. Wonderland's Woodblocker, but the Woodblocker was actually useful for a time. Woodblocker, before it lost its card crit hotfix, was a good stat stick, and had a good crit formula, because it had a card crit buff, it had the Hyperion's crit bonus, and it had the Sniper crit bonus. Woodblocker was capable of killing things. Kaokon isn't. Was I gonna roll? Oh yeah, I want better enchants on these. Dark Magic one. Can I get something decent on that? This Chaotic is 743 ×3. And this Volatile is 927 ×3. 2 less than the mag, but a lot more damage. That one has a good enchant already. Alright. Don't need to roll that. How's my other elements doing? Meh. I think I'm okay, actually. I think we're good. I think we're good for now. Make it work. Hold it as a meme option for when you're double nodding. Getting pimple on the inside of my nose, someone please shoot me. Oh, that's awful, Ember. I'm sorry. Sounds like a move if Akira Toriyama were born in the Middle East. Yep. Oh, hello. The fact that Sawmill has natural ricochets is just insanity. Like, it's so good. Like, that was really fast clear just because shooting that Dragon Lord statue cleared like a third of the map. Morning, Stacy. How you doing?
Still standing, but slowly jumping. This I swear, you will fall this day. Energy sapped.
maybe Echo is kind of useful here. Yo, Thomas, thank you for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. 43 in the channel. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lord the Stag dot dialogue. Yeah, Stone Spawn. It's a little extra. What are you most hoping for tomorrow's hot fixes? Spell shot nerf. Ah, yes, spell shot. Yeah, maybe we turn off character callouts with this build. Solid chance we do that. Gargle Snot, why are you giving me so much trouble? Stop being immune. There we go. He's kind of hilarious, just not something I would tolerate in my own gameplay. Yeah, I tune it out, but as soon as I think about it, I'm like, huh, that is awful. Based on previous behavior, we should expect a claw breaker. We should expect a spell shot buff based on previous stuff, if anything. Over a Buffmeister buff. Yeah, Praxis. Speaking of spell shot, I'm playing a sport shot setup. You have any tips concerning weapons to melt raid bosses? Lightning Bolt, Fear Knots are really cracked, Thomas. Lightning Bolt, Fear Knots are quite good. There's also the classic, you know, Torg Stickies. The weapon I'm using right now, the Sawmill. Any of those are really good boss melters. The setup maintain a fragment rate with the right mag size passes? Probably, Moveface. Probably. And that does sound entertaining. SMG mag size passives on rings are smaller than sniper mag size passives. So I'm not sure of how specific you would need to get with gear rolls to get it up and running, but it does sound like it could work. AR passes are larger for whatever reason. Interesting. Why are SMG smaller, ARs larger? It's weird. Primordial, Global Gun, Magnetic, passive, double roll. Is 30.8. That's one roll, Moveface. That's not double, that's one roll. Because double roll on Volatile is 53. The moaning in my ears, I got you guys. Where's the option? Where's the player callouts option? There we go. Didn't know Gage was in this game. My question, where the hell did they get the dot sounds from? Yeah, how do voice actors do that? Like, they gotta feel weird about it, right? Good old ball gag option, excuse me? Feel like I'm missing some context. Some important context. I was enjoying it. Wait. That didn't... We'll try that. Dialogue for whatever reason? Okay. You turn it on and off? It's buggy. You need to embrace the moaning, put slider overdrive on, crank up the pitch. Ah, okay. Bring back our moans. They'll probably still be here. Okay. So, that thing about, you need to turn it on and off again, that was a fucking lie. Dialogue work? Yes. Turning dialogue volume off works. It's not player callouts. To make your regen ammo so fast that shield? Yes, it's my only source of ammo regen. Last Gasp gives you 10% ammo regen while it's broken. Now, because I have a shitload of mag size increases, 10% of a lot is a lot. Driver Amara flashbacks do be like that. It's here for the keystrokes and concise observations myself. Morning, what's this about ball gags? I'm a little lost there too, Hazel. Yeah, I don't really know. Oh, we don't get maker dialogue? Boo. Found a volatile single pellet non-elemental flying strike, fear not, with Scorpius. Need you to convince me not to make the most toxic Ricochet pet build possible. Full send. Full send. Ooh. There was some number in the millions there. Didn't catch what it was, but there was something in the millions. Easy. Bullied. Mancubus? Yeah, my Demi-Lich is named Mancubus. Would Spore Warden plus Sabomancer just equal Flak? You could get Flak vibes out of that, Samson. It wouldn't equal Flak, because Sabomancer's damage formula sucks ass and Flak's didn't. But you'd get the same kind of fade-away gameplay, yeah. What's his last name? Bloodtooth, of course. Budget Flak, yeah. How does damage in the Sandstorm work? You just take damage over time while you're in the Sandstorm. Does making damage go burr? Sawmill hits really hard. I've got Berserkers and Rage bonus element. I've got Reaper of Bones, Dark Magic bonus element. Berserker formula. And I'm just, going burr. Body Rune? I'm not using Body Rune. Body Rune or Bust for my build tests? Oh, for that. I'd honestly say use an Amp Ward. Silent. I like triple Amp with certain snipers, with Great Bow in particular. Triple Amp. Triple Amp ward with an Amp Echo Twin Soul is real nice. Not getting much in terms of desirable sawmills today. I mean, the day is young, but still, give me more sawmills. Got a gun damage Sharkbane, let's go. Oh, well, that's a sawmill, but not even chaotic, non-LA times 4 with a sub 20 mag. Yeah, that's like worst possible. There's an amp ward. A ward with amp parts. This slot, this is ward. You can get a purple one of these with 3 amp parts. Up to 3. What's with all the skeet prods? Please. Except melee weapons. Almost cried when I didn't have a sigil for Wastard. Sigils make that fight so much more tolerable. And a shield that rolls 3 can roll that? No. Currently, only purples can roll that. The only way you're getting triple amp is on a purple. There are no legendaries that roll 3 and allow 3 amp parts. Any that roll 3 have 1 occupied by a unique part. Fog purples? Yeah. You know, if we can get the reload barrage enchant on melee spells, it is a ward only enchant, Pericles. Ward only for barrage reload. Okay, what can I use these moon orbs on? Quack, what kind of breakfast sandwiches do you like, if any? I'm a big fan of ham or bacon, egg, and cheese. Like those a lot. I don't know what to use these moon orbs on. I'm genuinely unsure. Because, like, I don't want to change most of this. I suppose we could go for something different on the launcher, because that isn't doing anything. Sure, that's what you said, you can get triple amp? Yeah. Morning Control, how you doing? It's this enemy type? Fuck. So much visual pollution, my game does not want to handle this. Like, this effect vomit is awful. I can't see what's happening. I am just shooting at the minimap red dots. Are you doing for that actually cracked ammo regen? I feel like that should be obvious to me. Just this item right here. The Last Gasp gives you 10% ammo regen while it's broken. That's it. There's an amp shield from Quest gives you 150 frost. Yes, Deuce's Visage. Deuce's Visage. It cannot be enchanted, but it does give you 150% amp and converts that shot to frost damage. So you could do that with some soaked stuff. That sounds good. Is there a name for a triple amp? No, Worlds. It's just like, the one I have is just called an Aegis, which is just the name of, like, non-unique wards. It just doesn't have a name. The prefix is based on the enchantment, and the name is just Aegis. Like, it actually just doesn't have a unique name. It's like having a gun named Gun. Shield drops is green, it's literally Aegis. Yeah, that's it. That's what it's called. Ugh. To be honest, sorry. To be honest, I've had so much success using Purple Aegis, I've not gotten very familiar with some of the legendaries yet. You can get some really good part combinations, Control. Yeah, Sora, I'm just kind of answering the phone in the hopes that my jury duty tomorrow gets cancelled. Bleh. I think the Buffmeister is good on a Spore Spell Shot build, or should I go for a damage spell? I think the Buffmeister is good if you have given up on trying in the game. If you do not care how you succeed, if you do not want to be entertained by your gameplay, if you are completely bankrupt of ideas, yes, then Buffmeister is good for you. Craziest thing about Buffmeister is you can watch the content created around the item and you can see how bored the people using it are. It's good for nobody. It serves no healthy purpose in the game. I do not recommend the Buffmeister for anything ever. Use Arcane Bolt, way more fun. True. There you go, Quack. Get out of jury duty by explaining you believe the suspect to be a Buffmeister user, therefore they're immediately guilty in your eyes. You know, I'll try it. I'll let you know how it goes, Jester. You have jury duty? Yeah, I have jury duty tomorrow. I'm hoping last minute that I get out of it so I can still, you know, work. But, yeah. Quag be checking hotfixes. I'm gonna. No, I'm not going to, you know, because you're not allowed to have your phone, etc., etc. But I'll be thinking about it. Area damage stat also increase radius? It does not. say you have a clear bias against individuals who violate alleged crime. Wait, so people who commit crime? Yes, I'm not an impartial juror because crime bad. I love it, honestly. That's fucking Giga Chad shit. The Barbie movie's coming, the Barbie movie's coming. Never change, Moon Girl. Never change. Hey Fleece, how you doing? We're doing big ammo sniper memes. And it's great, I love it. Margot Robbie is Barbie? Really? Huh, that's cool. If you're using Dreadwind and have a Thurge on, does that count as the ability on cooldown to get the spell damage buff? So, for you to get the spell damage buff from Thurge, Sir African Cat, whatever action skill you have has to be actively working towards becoming available again. So it needs to be unavailable and cooling down. An action skill that is active is not cooling down. So, like, for me to get the spell damage from Thurge on this setup, for example, my Reaper has to be over. It doesn't work while it's active, so, like, right now, it's active, but it's not cooling down. So Dreadwind would have to be over. It's the most amount of charges you can get a Rain Bolt. I think you can get 2 extra, Mr. Adblock, if it follows the rules of other spells. So 3 total. Passed my exam, officially licensed nail tech. Let's go, Moo Girl. Hard work paying off. You love to see it. Congrats. That's great. Oh, Butt Stallion was in a cloud, I guess. Butt Stallion took too much of that dank. So working on my Spore Stab, trying to get ricochets and dot damage both work with Corrupted Plate Mill. Sounds fun. One reason I didn't get to work without one is because they raised up the fine on the salon owners, let the poor people, owners who let the poor people work. I can't speak. Ugh. After this run, do you mind showing me what you're working with? Absolutely, Fleece. Absolutely. Can Butt Stallion buff any skill, or is it fixed? It is not any skill. She can buff many different skills, but there are some that she never buffs. For example, she doesn't buff capstones. She does not buff capstones. She does not buff unarmored defense. You know, there's some she won't, but most she does. That was a very fun gameplay loop. I really enjoyed that. Thank goodness, imagine 4 out of 1 on armor defense. Oof, that'd be crazy. You'll wish to change particles on primordials. Just check the portal in that split second. Primordial showed up on my screen, thought it was chaotic. I think that, yeah, ideally loot beams of, like, the highest chaos tier in the game should be different. So, like, primordial should be the different one, and then when they add ascended eventually, that should be the different one. I think that would make a lot of people happy. There we go. Drill's Fury is supposed to be able to drop with enchants. Yes. I've gotten it enchanted and enchanted everyone I've ever found. Everyone I've ever picked up. But would you be so kind as to let me give you a blue nail set to match your beanie? Absolutely. I think we should normalize painted nails for everybody, because that is fucking stylish as hell. I'm secure enough in my masculinity to be open to that. Hell yeah, let's do it. You doing any designs on it, Mugro? Anything fancy? Wow, that's a cursed wit with a good enchant. That's a hell of a natural drop. Alright, 1 second. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Real quick. Okay, be back. My girlfriend comes over, she's painting mine. Let's go. Based. Paint tiny fish slaps on the nails for Quag. Maybe use a different word than that, Silent, but I'm glad it's working out for you. What are your thoughts on a chaotic goblin repellent? I haven't used that gun enough to really know, Am I correct in understanding that pedicure requires a license to be practiced in the state of North Carolina? Maybe? I have no idea. That's a Muguro question. Yo, Mr. Adblock, thanks for gifting a sub to Scroll of Wisdom. I appreciate that. 254 on the channel. That's sick. Gave in, bought the game. Let's go, Diamonds. Let's go. You're gonna love it. It's a good time. A lot of replay value. I already have over 19 days played. It's good. It's really, really good. Yeah. Kind of mad about how good it is. I've played nothing else. I've very briefly played the new Godfall update, but I've been unable to play other games.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
There's the alert. Yeah, I've been unable to play other games. It's wild. I don't know if the gun's good. I think it's funny because it's the first quest you can have. It's chaotic. Yeah, that is cool. Fuck is a Borderlands 3 or Wonderlands stance? I still love BL3. Its time has passed, but I still love BL3. It did a lot for me. Wonder stands. Let's go. They took all the shit I liked about BL2, all the shit I liked about BL3, and jammed together with some new features. Absolutely. That's the kind of positivity I love to see. Chaos Chambers consumes my free time, just been work, chaos, sleep. Yup. Out of my 19 days of playtime since launch, probably 18 days of that is Chaos Chamber. Volatile ski prod. Yesterday I fed the Sniper Bunny, just gave me so many Chaocons. I'm sorry. How did you respond to the insult? Got a level 26 Sporomancer, Stabble Warden. What do they call it? So, if you look in the bottom left corner by my health bar, you see it says Bereaver. I'm a Berserker Graveborn, so it calls it a Bereaver. Each of those has a cool in-game name. I don't remember what the name for Spore Stabbo is. Mist something? Mist Dancer. Mist Dancer. That's what it is. Mist Dancer. I sighed and then did get snipers on my next run as I took the bunny's message. Yeah, I should really take the hit and go for melee weapons for a bit. Demilich kind of slapping with how often it's doing Hellish Blast. Because, like, it does one every time I use Arcane Bolt. And because I'm spec'd into Punishment, 20% of the time it does a second one. That's a decent amount of extra damage. Fucking curse crab, come here. Oh, it's dead. Cool. Are you happy with the amount of no-shoot builds in Wonderlands? In terms of using item-specific damage sources to scale things up, I wish we had more support for that. Like, getting damage out of Nova Wards is a little more difficult than I wanted it to be. We have less things in that department. That makes me a little sad, but we're still very early on. There's also less slam stuff. Like, the only slam effect I can think of is Vorkanar's Cog. More of that would be nice. Also, more stat sticks in general. The only real stat stick you see people using is, the Livewire. I want more stat sticks. Personally, I don't really want stat sticks. Let me rephrase. I want stat sticks in a denomination that isn't 1. So, like, if we have 1, it's the stat stick. If we have more than 1, there's situational stat sticks. But currently, it's just Livewire. Like, there's no real reason to use anything else for stat stick purposes, because none of them really do anything. I saw some... There's... Potentially the Perceiver might be one as well, but that needs to be investigated more. Yeah, Swag. Yeah, I remembered as I was speaking. Why Perceiver? Perceiver has a thing where it looks at your gun crit chance, and then when you crit, you have a chance for your gun crit chance to be rolled as basically an additional crit. So Perceiver's thing is, if you crit, you can also kind of, sort of, have a pseudo double crit. Now whether or not that transfers to things that happen while you're holding the gun, that needs to be tested. Doesn't seem likely, but it also doesn't seem impossible. Oh, I froze that crab in the ground so it couldn't come out. Wait, how could I freeze that crab? I couldn't damage it, but it froze anyway. Hello? What? You don't need to do damage to freeze things? That's weird. I'm gonna not think about that too hard, because that scares me. That gives me too many ideas. I'm truly built different. I use barrels to give myself ammo back. My genius, it's sometimes frightening. Fuck off! Fuck off! We're not talking about this. We're talking about that. Oh. I like that a lot more. You know. No, stop it. I don't know. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. I haven't seen anyone build around the Perceiver, but I look forward to someone doing mad damage combo with it someday. It's one of those guns that, it's weird enough that, testing it has been odd, and, it's not quite in the spotlight. Which surprises me, because, like, you'd think people would, in the wake of the liquid cooling being toned down and people spreading the misinformation that the gun wasn't good anymore, that people would be scrambling to find other good pistols. A lot of people started using the auto magic, but, like, people didn't really latch on. Perceiver's another pistol that has high potential damage and some sort of crit-based thing. I would have thought more people would try it in the wake of the liquid cooling change. But no. People just kind of complained instead of trying new guns. Imagine that. Oh, can you try running a Skulldugger on this ammo regen and see if that interacts? It doesn't. Move face. Ammo regen does not restore heat, just ammo. So I could run a liquid cooling and it would work, because liquid cooling is one where it has a heat restoring mechanic alongside. So liquid cooling would work well here. But other Skullduggers, no. Because there's nothing preventing me from reloading. Complaints are at all-time high for sure. Yeah, Tom Nasty. It's the Lands community is not showing their best right now. And it's unfortunate, because, like, there are legitimate things that I would like the community to have discussions about in terms of improving the direction of the game and you know, the community. But people don't talk about those things. Instead, they complain about shit that is either completely inconsequential or they invent problems that don't exist. Such as the dedicated drop thing, by the way. Yeah, that's not actually a problem. We have actual math and graphs and shit to support that now. Dedicated drops are fucking fine. But of course, that gets more oxygen than Buffmeister, Spellshot, Paradigm, Spellblade all being ridiculous. Pixies. Hardest hitting pistol I have right now is a Purple Chaotic Peon. How's that working out for you, Woodturner? Genuinely curious. I haven't used a Peon very much. Hey Psycho, how you doing? Peons are so strong. That's another Torg one, right? Torg pistol? Yeah? I'll have to keep an eye out. Reminds me of the Zelda community. Everyone hates the new game until the next one comes out and it's good and newer ones. Shit. The Call of Duty community does that too. I remember when Modern Warfare came out, everyone stopped shitting on Black Ops 4. That's the last time I actually followed COD stuff closely, but... being a little cautious there. More than I needed to. I think Modern Warfare was shit on for good reason. You mean, Modern Warfare 2019 swag? Yeah, I didn't care for that game at all. I thought it was rather bad. No Modern Warfare 2, since they removed dedicated servers. I didn't even know people were shitting on Modern Warfare 2. Hence my confusion. So I've not taken this build through Son of a Witch before. It's just kind of like fine, because the sawmill ricochets and hits the bird. But I need more mag to sustain this. Maybe I let him down me? That's broken last gasp. Down me. Or do that. That works too, honestly. Back in the day they were? I mean, do you mean during Modern Warfare 2? Fucking 12 years ago? Yeah, I played that game back then too. But that game, when it was doing things right, was heat. The maps in that game, goated. Weapon balance, once they ironed out a lot of the outliers, for the most part, is okay. Kill streaks are not like modern COD, where, you know, they play the game for you. That game, when it was working, was good, but then, of course, it did have its moments. It did have its problems. Still has some decent survivability, huh? Reaper of Bones makes you stupid tanky, Corden. Like, real tanky. It's crazy. Volatile Wire Rider. Yes, please. Is that a 2 ammo per shot one as well? Holy. That's good. Was Modern Warfare 2 the most loved Call of Duty besides Black Ops 2? Yeah, it'd be between those two, I would say. Gonna try this build next? I can go over it again for you guys after the loot room. OG MW2 balance was madness. I think it's probably MW1. I would have said that before MW Remastered came out, and then people were like, actually, this wasn't as good as I remember. But in terms of impact on arena shooters as they work nowadays, I'd say Modern Warfare 1 was more impactful, more influential on like the gaming industry. Really gonna start with me looking? Okay. Go for the double? That's cool. At least the sandstorm keeps my last gas broken. That's something. Favorite shooter of all time is probably Battlefield Bad Company 2. Goated. That one was amazing. Yes. Fucking adore that game. Rayborn Hellish Blast companion damage enchant. Is it multiplicative or additive? Or got a plenty of companion damage from Thrill of the Hunt? Do you mean multiplicative or additive with companion boosts? I believe it is just additive with other companion boosts. but that still has some value considering there's only 3 companion damage enchants that I can think of. One is action skill active, one is Graveborn specific, and one is Forewarden specific. So it still has its place, I'd say. Class mod using Selective Amnesia. That's where the fire on me is coming from. Chaotic Banshee. Chaotic Pickaxe. I need more pickaxes. Played Hell Let Loose recently, even with its bugs. I think for me, it blows COD away. I'm not even familiar. My brain hasn't turned off. This info database I'm looking at suggests Drill's Fury and Drill's Legacy deals skill damage in one form or another. It's interesting. It's very interesting. Have to test that. Because that means that's a way of applying Wrath of Nature without having to use Barrage. Dark Hydras and Wyvern should also be able to apply. Wyvern too? I'm not a Clawbringer right now. I'm so used to having Clawbringer treat like available. I suppose the special Wyvern attacks do that. Really hope for enchant fixes. Yeah, what's not working? It's Roll of Wisdom. Fixing what? Hell Let Loose feels more like a Battlefield competitor than a COD competitor. There's a joke in there about, you know, everything's a Battlefield competitor according to EA. You guys remember when they complained that the new Battlefield failed because Halo was good? I'm never letting them live that shit down. That's just embarrassing. Volatile Spellblade. Do I have a use for Spellblade with Vampire? I can't think of one. Leave that. Fix certain weapons like some quest rewards, i.e. headcanon, which can't be enchanted. So, fix is an interesting word to use there, Scroll of Wisdom, because there's no indication that it's not intended. I don't agree with the design philosophy, but it's not necessarily something to be fixed, more something to be changed. And that sounds pedantic, but with the number of weird things that happen in these games, accurately labeling problems helps us categorize them a little bit better. I just hope I'm taking Criterion time to work on Battlefield doesn't end up making the new Need for Speed even more shit. Yeah, what was the game that just came out that was just a like a loot box hellscape? Was it Gran Turismo? Was that the one? Yeah. let's maybe not do that again. Oh yeah, I was gonna go over the spec. I totally forgot. Having too much fun chatting with you guys. Mag size, Last Gasp, Amnesia with Reaper of Bones to keep constantly doing damage to ourselves, to keep triggering Amnesia. As long as we're taking damage, our Last Gasp doesn't fill up. So we keep this on during our action skill, basically at all times. Arcane Bolt for spam of Sanguine Sacrament for healing, and Morhem's Blessing to trigger Blood Frenzy for more healing and to maintain our Enrage. Then we go Burr. There's a few finer points of the skill tree that I'm kind of experimenting with. Like, that one point I have in the swap speed skill, swap speed, reload speed. The reload speed does basically nothing because I'm never reloading here. But the swap speed is nice for when I do something like this. Switch to my launcher to soak. or when I switch to my Queen's Cry to do self-damage if my Reaper isn't active. No, don't hit the pole. Don't. Why is that there? Why? Why? Whose idea was that? Whomstuff. Whomstuff. Losing my goddamn mind. Like, that's just toxic. That is intentional. Like, these puzzle locations are fixed per room. Someone intentionally designed that to go there. There's some level designer on a fucking power trip with that shit. Probably Revenant Man laughing his ass off. Likely. I would too. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's funny. But it's rude. You sure you're gear? Yeah, I'll do it after this run. How do I clear the stacking harvest bug? Save quit. You can prevent it by making sure you have no stacks of harvest from using a portal, and you can clear any stacks you have by save quitting. Wow, the recoil of this... Hang on. Don't jump and shoot the sawmill, because the recoil in the air while ADSing is hilarious. That wasn't me moving the mouse. That's just how the gun kicks when you're ADS. That was so weird. Don't ADS the sawmill. Yeah, there's no real reason to ADS snipers in this game at all. I don't know why I did. Lapse in judgment, I suppose. catfish for enchanting quest items. I see no reason why they continue to do the weird, hey, you can't enchant quest items thing. Especially in this game, because going for quest items as chaotic, volatile, primordial, etc. is like another layer of shit. Like, and there's part variants on most of them. For example, you can get on the Hellfire spell, you can get a ton of different parts on that thing. Same with the Frostburn. Those can be enchanted, but the fixed parts Last Rites can't be enchanted. Why? Doesn't make a lot of sense. But the Mole Man launcher is a quest reward gun. That can be enchanted. I don't get the logic. I believe the stated reason they used in Borderlands 3 was that because the items couldn't be reacquired, they didn't want people to have to, like, refarm for them. But then they added those items to the Earl vendor, and then never said anything about it. And in this game, they're just in vendors after you've done the quest. So, like, what's the reason? Because it's definitely intentional. It's a design choice. It is not a bug, it is not an oversight, it is an explicit design choice on an item-by-item basis. I don't think it's intentional. Swag, it's literally a value. It's a switch they can turn on and off per item. It is literally one line of text. Think we'll get new loot tomorrow? I think people are misconstruing what they mean by new loot. So, you're referring to that tweet, Brucey, that that they were talking about new loot in Chum's pool? Yeah, so look at it from the company perspective. They released a content drop 6 days ago. That is, by definition, new. That is new. So, they're rotating among the new items they dropped from that content drop. Different ones will be weighted, presumably, in Chum's pool, based on how that tweet is worded. That does not mean they will be introducing new items, because new items also have to be patched in. And they're not going to do a patch 2 weeks in a row. Patches are expensive. And they've stated their update model, where we will get infrequent patches and frequent hotfixes. So no, we're not going to get new items that are not already in the game. But items that were introduced 6 days ago are still new items. It's because they forgot to add a line of code. It's not that the line of code isn't there. It is a yes or no thing. Swag. It's a 0 or a 1. It's there. It's just set to a 0 instead of a 1. It's there. It's like, people like to assume ineptitude whenever a design choice is made that they don't like, but no, sometimes it's just they have a creative vision and they want to do a specific thing. Just join back in, or people ask for more new items to be patched in. There's an expectation circulating based on a misinterpretation of a tweet. The Wonderlands account tweeted out that there will be new items in the boss pool for Chums tomorrow when, you know, Form 2 of Chums debuts. But new includes the items that were patched in last week. Nerf Booleans. So no one here is like complaining or anything, but there are going to be people in the community. Think about it. These are the same people who, when Gearbox was teasing the mini Traunt, the Traunt mini event in Borderlands 3, if anyone was around for that, where for a week, Captain General and Captain Traunt, General Traunt, and Captain Haunt were all raid boss level HP for a week, and that was something they teased in advance. They're like, hey, the Traunts aren't gonna be happy about this. And then the community put it in their own minds, hey, we're getting a Traunt takedown. Wasn't it 2 weeks? 1 or 2 weeks, whichever. Community put it in their own minds, saying, hey, we're getting a Traunt takedown. We're getting a Traunt takedown. Everyone get hyped for the Traunt takedown. And then when there was no Traunt takedown, because they never promised a Traunt takedown, the community was like, hey, you promised us a Traunt takedown. Like, no, they fucking didn't. You just can't read. Borderlands community moment. Traunt thing wasn't active and normal? Right, it was a TVHM and Mayhem thing. Now, people doing TVHM playthroughs were having a bad time during that week, but for the most part it was positive. Hear that, chat? Quack, so there's gonna be a Traunt takedown. Mark your calendars. Yeah. Alright. And once again, there's things that I would like the community to discuss more. Because, once again, Gearbox does listen to our conversations, our feedback. Gearbox and 2K both. But, like, people are talking about dumb shit, like stuff that they never said they'd be implementing. They're like, hey, why haven't you done this? Like, I don't know, maybe because it's not part of their fucking plan? Frustrating. Scrotal Connoisseur is still a trap like in BO3? Depends on your damage outlets. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. It's less destructive to your output than some other modifiers, so I don't hate my life when I see it, like I did with Holy Crit in BO3. Sawmill go dummy. This look like Mo's Zerker. Does it, Wolf Booty? Gearbox is great, I just feel like more often than not they're misunderstood by good fortune of the community. Right, and there are absolutely decisions that they're making based on things that we are not privy to. Like, we don't know their creative vision. If they make a weird choice, we don't necessarily know their motivation. Like, for me, I totally get their reasoning for balancing the liquid cooling. They corrected the incorrect scalar, which was causing it to have really high damage. And they looked at the gun because it was so popular and so overbearing in terms of weapon choices. And the implication there is they don't want one item ruling all others. Cool, that makes sense. Then why is Buffmeister still here? Why is Spellshot being allowed to invalidate other classes? And that's because we don't have all the information there. So, at a certain point, we gotta sit back and be patient. We gotta wait and see what they have planned. Hey Dagacha, how you doing? So Reaper Bones can trigger amnesia? It does. Elemental Overflow's a no-go. I hate that one so much. At the very least, they fixed the bug. Yes, fixing bugs is always a good thing. Yes, that was welcome. Sorry, Gloop. Oof. Isn't that what happened to the Muse on BO3 and incorrectly gave it +5? See, that one's a little more complicated, Psycho, because there's a lot of class mods in that game that rolled with what we'd consider incorrect rolls. And Muse was giving up to +3 Illuminated Fist, is what you're referring to. Or 6 in Laid Bare. And they corrected both of those things. But there's like 9 other class mods that also have what we'd consider incorrect rolls that they never address. Some of them having done that since the game launched, some of them having done that since DLC 1. Muse just happens to be the only one they ever addressed in that regard. So we don't know what their creative vision is there. All we know is that those class mods rolling in that way is seemingly intended. But we know nothing beyond that. They have a skill to this day in Mo's Purple Truth does nothing. Yes, Explosive Fury does literally nothing. Yet they nerfed Arc and Torrents. Well, John, but the thing is, in that update where they reworked Concentrated Magic Barrages and Arc Torrents, they also buffed Sigils, Hydras, Eruptions, and all Magic Barrages that were not the concentrated low projectile counts. But nobody talked about any of those changes for any amount of time. It's a good crossblade. Shame it's not even chaotic, and it's a 2-mag, but good elements, good enchant. No good chain twice like this. Yeah, the bunny doing the sandstorm is seemingly health threshold base. So I just pushed him a threshold where he just did it again immediately. By the patch, don't say water was too spicy, because it was too spicy. Now, it still is very spicy, but it used to be spicier. So technically, it's an accurate note. Gamers love to hyper-focus on the aspects of the game they feel is the most broken, when in reality it may be working its intended or something else entirely is breaking that aspect. Yes, everyone tunnels. Even me. Even me. Hey, Quiet, did you know that? Did I know what? What happened? I suggested in Cheese's stream they should just make the user take more damage after using Buffmeister. It's literally drugs. The ancient deity, you take more physical damage for a little more elemental. Yeah, just make the Buffmeister balanced out by you get equal vulnerabilities to the buffs. Or make it like the Bradluck. The debuffs the Bradluck gives you are actually fucking nightmarish, by the way. Like, if you ever go into combat with a Bradluck, you are a champion, you are a hero, you are a god gamer. Bradluck's debuffs are nutty. Just slap those on the Buffmeister. Grief Stun Steel Solaris and Guardian Stun Locker just absolutely fucked my day up. Oh no. With Nasty Spell, the whole screen is like playing the floor as lava for 15 seconds. Yeah, Nasty Spell is just unfun. It's occasionally amusing to see a boss, like an Obelisk boss, just step at Nasty Spell and insta-die, but, like, I don't like those gameplay replacing modifiers. Changing gameplay in terms of how you approach things, fine, that's forgivable. Replacing gameplay with garbage? No. Because the gameplay in this game is amazing. And that's what I want when I play this game. Hey, volatile. Is Primordial out yet? Yes. Primordial is available on Chaos Tier 35. Nasty Spell's annoying shit, doesn't give your damage the way Toothless and Overflow do. True. Randomly being told, hey, you have no damage, deal with it, is very frustrating. And given a choice, I would choose Nasty Spell if I had to pick one. You show me? Sure. This is Primordial Sawmill I got the other day. We also got, this last run, we got this meme gun, this Primordial Kaokon. This is one of the worst guns in the game, and of course we got it as Primordial. Casual sex implies the existence of ranked competitive sex. Yo, Ken, you want to practice? I think we could go pro. Oh yeah, I was gonna go over spec and gear and stuff again for people. Greatborn Capstone, spamming Blood Frenzy from Berserker. We got a bunch of damage formula stuff over in Berserker. And we go burr with sawmills with lots of mag size. We got mag size here, mag size here, mag size here. Last gasp ammo regen is 10% while it's broken, so we break our ward with Selective Amnesia, which is triggered constantly by Reaper of Bones. So we run around, constantly burning, and we big ammo everything. Yo, that sounds fun. It's a lot of fun. I'm just burning some moon orbs so I don't cap out. Yeah, it's fine. Why is the damage on this one so much higher? Hang on, both volatile, 300 damage swing? That's insane. I think I was using this one when I should have been using this one. Cool. Let's do the extended featured. I haven't taken this build through that yet. I was gonna buy launcher STUs. I keep forgetting to do that. I don't think I have any launcher STUs on this character. Do I? Yeah, I think I have one. If anyone is Ascendant right now, they modded it. Correct. Ascendant is not available in the game currently. They have mentioned previously increasing Chaos Cap to 50 at some point. We can assume... Ascendant would come in there. And that would track, because we got Primordial at 35, Volatile was 20, that's a 15 difference. Would make sense. Grab both of those, cool. Couldn't remember if I did. You're Wrath of Nature, you shoot one guy, trying to dodge a spill, you turn around, you're just drenched. Could be like that. Okay, what just killed you? Because you dropped something. You guys see that? What killed that guy? Was it a barrel? Curse went with the barrage. What? 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 But, like, why, though? So under the assumption chaotic, your chances would go up when we get to 35. It'd be nice as a loot progression net, but it's just chance. So the way it's been happening, John Blast, is Chaos tiers 1 through 19 were progressively increasing chances of chaotic. Chaos tier 20 is where volatile was introduced, and then chaotic chances start going down at 20. But volatile chance goes up higher than chaotic chance goes down. So it's still a net increase chance of getting a chaos tiered item. Now at chaos 35, primordial came in. And at 35, volatile chance starts to go down. So we can assume the same continues over 35 in the future, where volatile chance goes down as primordial goes up until you get to the new tier available, at which point that one starts happening. Show it again? Which thing, Pericles? These are health replenishing from Frenzy and Bertree. I've been paying attention. Yeah, so there's a few things that's healing me. I get a tiny amount from Unyielding. I get Dark Magic healing from my Reaper Bones bonus element. And from my Dark Hydras dealing damage, and from the bonus element on my spells from Stand of the Soul. Every once in a while, my Lich will heal me on a 2-minute cooldown when my Reaper would end, or when I would go down. I'm getting healing from Sanguine Sacrament every time I cast a spell. And yes, Blood Frenzy. Every time I kill something, I get a heal. And because this is a kill skill, it is triggered by the Graveborn Capstone. So every time I cast a spell, I'm actually getting 48% of my health back. Which is great. So it again? Ah, it. Okay. It. Understood. You mean the original or the remake? Queen's Cry. Have I done the DLC on this character? I don't think I have. I don't think I have. I don't remember. Do I want to? Yeah, I should. Expand the loot pool. Definitely the remake, love Tim Curry, but Skarsgård is something else. Yeah, definitely. Shows my age a little bit when the thing I associate Tim Curry with most is still the meme from that Red Alert game. a very specific age of person who makes that association. When he says space, that's the one. Wondering if, by whatever cast level we go to, if these cast levels will take over the loop pool like Manta and Guaranteed Noise, there's still a chance. Yeah, that remains to be seen. Collectively, we're at something close to 50%, if I remember correctly. Like, just having a Chaos tiered item. Something like that. We'll have to see how that scales. Fucking Evil Eye crap. I saw that laser beam, and if you listen closely, you could hear my ass clenching. What does it say about me that I think of Rocky Horror Picture Show? You're probably slightly more cultured than I am. At least slightly. Fuck, why is there an A10 Warthog at your house, whatever that jet's called? Whoa, is there one outside? I didn't hear. I live near, like, there's a lot of aircraft stuff in this area. You live near Area 51, got it. Inside Area 51. Zombies are still a little annoying because they do still hide. At least they spawn faster. That change from the patch is still very welcome. Hey, Kingman. In your opinion, does higher chaos level kill build diversity? No. The people who are complaining that there's no build diversity at Chaos 35 are bad at the game. I'm sure the expectation is that I give a more nuanced answer there, but ultimately that's what it boils down to. This game has lots of build diversity. Lots. It all depends on how willing you are to explore your build options, your character synergies, and put in the work. Put in the time. So you'll occasionally see some personalities on Twitter going on about how you need full Primordial gear at level 35, so they should give us all Primordial all the time, and they should buff all legendary guns. It's garbage. It's useless feedback from people who are unable to take personal responsibility for their failures. Maybe a bit more unfiltered than I had to be there, but I figured I'd give you guys my honest opinion there. Still yet to get volatiles. Lazy has a build that is competitive speedrun times for Chaos 35, like extended featured runs, that doesn't equip guns. Like, no guns. Equipped. Not no shooting, no guns equipped. This build is efficiently clearing Chaos 35. This happens to be my only primordial gun. I've been using this chaotic, or this volatile. This is a chaotic that I'm using for debuffing. This I'm just using for self-damage. Don't have any primordials here. My spell's not even chaotic. My armor's kinda shit. Like, get better at building. If you're going to opt into the highest difficulty in the game and complain that you can't perform there, well, it's self-inflicted. I have zero sympathy. Make better builds or lower your difficulty. I do not want to repeat of Borderlands 3, where the game became progressively easier over time because of people who didn't know what they were doing. If the highest difficulty gives you trouble, congrats, you've discovered the function of difficulty. Think it has more diversity than BL3? It does, and that's an achievement because BL3, before this game, was the most diverse in terms of build possibilities in the Lands franchise. So you're absolutely right, Pericles. If I go to the highest difficulty, suck at building, but I'm fine with being down 90% of the time. Do you enjoy the challenge and enjoy pushing your skills and seeing what works? Do you enjoy the game telling you no when a concept doesn't work out? Busy lurking. Because if so, then difficulty was designed for you, and I salute you. Like, it all comes down to expectations and perspective. So, if I have a build that isn't working well on Chaos 35, then what I take from that is, oh, I need to rework the concept here, I need to get better or different gear, I need to change something that I'm doing, I need to fix it. That's how I look at that. But some people, when they don't have success in the highest difficulty, they instead go, the game needs to change, not me. Like, there's only so many ways you can say skill issue before you have to say skill issue. I like to keep things neutral, but I think far too many things are being signed by censorship, and opinion is valid as far as having one's concerned when facts invalidate an opinion, and the person fails to acknowledge flaws and shortcomings. Yeah, goalpost moving is a very common thing, especially in online gaming communities, Rohith. Difficulty go up, game get harder, right, Carrion? If your Berserker going down, it's a damage boost. Yes, it's free damage. That exact person, I'm not fully understanding the build mechanics. I've got a Moxie build now and learning, but I've dropped chaos levels to get the gear. And that's a great example of why Moxie's content has had a pretty positive impact on Lands games for the most part. Like, he's a guy who's made theory crafting more appealing to a lot of people, and that's great. There's absolutely nothing wrong with taking a content creator's build through content as you learn the game and become more comfortable with it. I think you're taking the exact right approach, Psycho, for someone who isn't confident and is still learning. That's what it's there for. I'm sure Moxie himself would agree. Same people said you can't play Man 10 without DLC on BO3. Right. Reminder that I made the fastest clearing takedown flak build, not including Lucky 7, and that it doesn't require DLC gear. And I still hold that record on Guardian takedown to this day. But, you know, that's content those people didn't play too, so. My issue with the Chaos Chamber, though this extends to randomized drops in general, is constantly farming to get the exact pieces I want. Rerolling enchants is fine, but I want to reroll parts too. Armor's pain especially. Armor in particular, insane thing is, yes, it's the same problem as class mods in Borderlands 3. They're even comparable in terms of pain, but it's just the problem repeated again, and now we have the additional layer of Chaos Tears. So, like, you know, look at just the raw stat difference here between these. Like, the... yeah. Yeah. I think the goalpost for I'm good at this game is just getting to Chaos 35 successfully for a casual person. For a hardcore gamer, I think beating all the raid bosses in the Maker 35. And I'm glad you brought that up, Strawberry Sinju, because there's this argument of what about the casual players? And the answer to that is casual players don't need to be efficient on the game's highest difficulty, which is intended as a challenge for the hardcore players. Like, if it ever comes up, but casual players, and the context is clearing content officially on the highest difficulty, guess what? It's not for you! Not everything is for everybody. Casual players just play the main story? Yeah, most people who play this game bought it to play the story and will never touch it again. That's just how these games work. That's how most games work, period. And there's no shame in that. Having that approach to playing games is not any more or less valid than any other, but it is simply the most common approach. That's just a numbers game. And that's corroborated by things like achievement metrics. Most people are not climbing chaos levels in this game. Therefore, climbing chaos levels is not the intended, hey, everybody do this. It is not for everyone. It is a challenge. It is there if you want to do it, and it is skippable if you don't want to. I need more mag size for this. I could use a fire sawmill as well. Let's, I could great bow. That'd be a fun meme. I could drill sniper. Nah, we'll sawmill. We'll sawmill. Who said you couldn't snipe in this game? People who haven't used snipers, Pollution. Snipers in Wonderlands are legit just the best snipers they've ever made. The best selection, I should say. BL2 had some standouts, BL3 had some standouts, BL1, you know, everything was good in that game. TPS had some standouts, but systematically, like on a bigger scale, snipers in this game just built different. You aren't really sniping though? What kind of ammo am I consuming here? What kind of mag size bonus is this? So like, it's a sniper rifle. You can move the goalposts all you want, Swag, but it is a weapon in the sniper rifle category. And in terms of more conventional snipers, the Carouser slaps, the Great Bow slaps, the used Great Bow slaps, the Envy is good. Non-unique black powder snipers are good. Like, you can move those goalposts, it's not gonna change that snipers are good. Finally ran out of Reaper there. So you're using it as semi-automatic marksman rifle and not as a designated sniping implement, how dare you? So what you're saying is I also need to ADS at all times. I need to crouch in a corner and ADS or I'm not really sniping. What does the Amalgam do exactly? Instead of having a unique legendary effect, the Amalgam has 2 extra passives, so it's just more stats. Quick scope. Probably could. Mom, get the camera. Nothing will top my love for BL3 snipers. Carouser puts up a good fight, though. That it does. That it does. Oh, baby, a triple. Quad. The classics. BO1 snipers for me, people happy. Gotta love some of the wacky stats in those guns. Yeah, they were definitely wonky. There's interesting stuff happening there. Quad, don't you mean quad? No, I'm not that conceited. Any idea why the blackening the screen happens? What do you mean? first time Blakey be like. It's probably a very confusing experience. There we go. Figured out Graveborn's health kick character. Yeah, Sanguine Sacrament's dope. Oh, the black square thing? Yeah, it's just a graphical engine thing. It's weird. It's awkward. Happened a lot with radiation effects in BL3. I don't know what the trend is in this game, but yeah, I've seen it too. Like snipers, I wish the zooms weren't this high. Yeah. 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 So drill takes a bit. I do want more mag size. I need ×2 sawmills. You saw how often I had to kind of stop and wait for a second with the ×3s. ×3s have a bit better DPS, but only as long as you can shoot them. ×2s let you shoot for far longer. So getting a, where's this one? Yeah, getting a 26 mag ×2 would be really nice. 26 mag ×2 cryo, that's the dream. That's the goal. Cube. Cube is fun. Until then, we keep rolling snipers. Does the after casting a spell 20% damage on spell shot specific enchant matter what spell it's rolled on for it to work? Cyber modifier to global spellcast 1. That should just be. What's the exact wording? Hang on, let me check the enchant sheet to see the one you're talking about there. I can check on that for you, Sean. Give me 1 second. It's just regular gun damage. It's regular old gun damage, Sean. Additive with other gun damage. You like enchant sheet as well? Sure. Start to move more into dealing status damage on my Graveborn. Do you think Grave Stab will be the way to go? Also, I wonder if 5/5 Potent Poison is worth getting, or 5/5 Swift Death, the one that gives you damage base and move speed. I'd say Potent Poison is worth more than Swift Death carrying, because Swift Death is in a category that's additive with a bunch of bonuses you already have covered. For example, if you're doing Graveborn stuff, Faithful Thralls is in that category. Any all damage enchants you have on your gear, it's in that category. All damage on your armor and amulet, it's in there. Doesn't affect the global on spellcast 1 then. No interaction. You can use both and it's fine. They'll add to each other, but it'll be fine. Yo, Hazel, thank you for giving it a sub to Sean. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Ooh, wait, hang on, that's a volatile sawmill. What element are you? Can't see you. Is that cryo? It's cryo. Ah, but it's a 15 mag times 3.
She's on fire.
We take it anyway. We take it anyway. .3 zoom too. I didn't even notice. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, that's gonna rot my inventory for a bit. Do I have anything in my bank I can re-roll? Because I hate wasting my moon orbs. Snipers need a serious buff in this game? No, they don't. What? One, we already got one we didn't need. Two, what? I'm sorry, I don't understand. What? What sniper are you trying to use? People keep saying that, it keeps not making sense. I don't understand. Like, that was sarcasm, right? Because if so, 10 out of 10 bait, you genuinely got me. But, like, if it wasn't... I worry. There's something in here I definitely did want to reroll. Was it this Mind Rune? Yeah, let's get an enchant on this Mind Rune. Sticky, you need a buff. Nice one, Pico. Huh. Well, I guess I'll put that Mind Rune away, because that's a good enchant. Good enough I don't want to give it up. It's not at all what I was going for on that item, but I'll take it for now. I think the top 3 legendary ARs are Rogue Imp, Bread Slicer, pre-patch I would have said Thunder Anima, but apparently it's no longer getting, spell scaling, is what I've been told. So that's unfortunate. Help me understand why my damage is so much higher with spell shot stabbo from the shadows rather than like 97% spell crit not using from the shadows. What's happening there? From the shadows is making things other than your spell critting. So for example, if you have a double knot bonus element, that any status effects you're doing. From the shadows is making things other than the spell itself. Like 4 times damage, I'm confused. It's probably double knot. Just as it's most likely double knot. If I had to hazard a guess. Yeah, but also Thunder Anima's Rule of Cool. It is very cool. Visual Pollution is ugh. Got a Masher crossbow generator. I haven't tried it out yet. I have one of those as well, Ketalogic. I need to actually give that the time of day. I need to. In the meantime, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick again. BRB. Okay, be back. Making Livewire Tesla's crit lots? Yeah. From the Shadows is great for making things that can crit, but don't crit do the thing. That's why the trade-off of it having lower crit damage is fine. Because, for example, in theory, every tick of a dot you apply could crit, right? But in practice, it won't. And you have much more limited ways of boosting that crit chance. But From the Shadows goes and says, okay, they all do a little less, but they all crit, so in reality, they all do more. It lowers the ceiling, but puts you at that ceiling. That's why crit chance is such a good thing in this game. It just affects a lot of stuff. Hey Noah, how you doing? Miss Flax, Sabo with an amazing damage formula? Yeah. Someone you'd say the Sitkoff not had one before, so it's going to be good. Sitkoff pistols are good, and purple, the Sitkoff ARs as well are also good. I just, crossbow generator, Sitkoff I've not used enough to have an opinion on. But in terms of the non-unique variant, yeah, that slaps, and the pistols are quite good as well. What would your reaction be if they bring a Plasma Coil equivalent to this game? What do you mean Plasma Coil equivalent, Rohit? Do you mean in functionality? Do you mean in, like, power for the time? Because we already had that with the liquid cooling. In fact, that was a perfect demonstration, because liquid cooling was not... Pre-change liquid cooling was not the highest DPS in the game. It was widely believed to be, but it wasn't. There were other options even within the pistol category that out DPS'd it, so that matches up very well with the Plasma Coil's reception in BO3. There were better options. So, like, yeah. What's Sitkoff? Masher. Isn't nerfing counterproductive? Why does game developers get the right to make weapons weaker in the game they made? It's literally their intellectual property, so they do have the explicit right, but I'll keep reading. Because something gamers love to have, one-shotting mobs doesn't have to necessarily mean it's overpowered. I mean, that's exactly what it means. Overpowered is more powerful than necessary. That is literally exactly what it means. But to answer your bad faith question, Prophet of Moist, I know you don't actually care about my answer, but I'm going to answer anyway for the benefit of everyone else. Poorly balanced games have smaller communities. Their communities die faster. People lose interest. Bored players don't continue to talk about the game, or play the game, or recommend the game. So a smaller community means less future money in the pocket of the dev and the publisher. It also means that your intellectual property just doesn't remain in people's minds. People forget about it. So ultimately, it's better long-term to have a healthy balance, which requires both buffs and nerfs. Never just one, but a mix of both. Yeah, the last Borderlands streamer I follow, congrats, he survived the purge. Oh, thanks, Bird Toast. I appreciate that. Oh, I did more self-damage than I intended to there. That was awkward. Take two. Formula of overpower is available in games like Diablo, Grim Dawn, or PoE. It's one-shot runs in those games. Well, proof that you don't actually play Diablo, at least, because Diablo 3, for example, they wildly balance that game with both buffs and nerfs, and have done so over 10 years, And Greater Rift 150 is you are not one-shotting things. That is not how it works. That is simply not how the game functions. That's not how Diablo 2 functions either. That's also not how Diablo 1 functions. So, no. If you're talking playing through just the story content, then maybe your point holds up, but like, everything does that in the story. So, hey Vander, how you doing? Wildfire good? Hey, you liking it? Do me a favor, follow Vanderforge. Lovely human being. Makes lots of cool content. He's a Clawbringer player, so if you ever get curious about the kind of stuff you can do on Claw, I know there's not a lot of people messing around with Clawbringer. He makes good stuff. Check him out. Also, just one of my favorite people on Twitch. Regarding your other points, though, what was your name? Prophet of Moist. I'm not a PoE or Grim Dawn player, so I can't speak to those, but in terms of the things I am familiar with, you are reaching. Clawbringer's really fun to play. I agree. I like the flavor of Clawbringer a lot. PoE talk here, my people. Not really PoE talk, Vander. Just people using PoE as a scapegoat for balancing video game bad kind of talk. Sadly, it's not actual talk about the game. I would love to get into PoE. I'll have to pick your brain about that someday. How's Sawmill holding up? It's amazing. We're doing a big ammo Bereaver setup. Forgive me, I'm having a coughing fit. We're doing a big ammo setup where we have the Last Gasp ward, which is a 10% ammo regen while your ward is broken. And we're using the Selective Amnesia to constantly do self-damage to keep that ward broken. We're using Graveborn's Reaper of Bones action skill to constantly trigger Selective Amnesia. So we run around constantly dying and burning and big ammo everything in the face. It's great. You love PoE, it's the most overwhelming game I've ever played, not for the faint of heart. Yeah, a bunch of friends have recommended it to me over the years. I've just never taken the plunge. Maybe I'd do that one of these days, once Wonderlands releases me from its clutches into like a normal, healthy pattern of playing the game, rather than replacing half of my life with the game. Chat, the game is 1 month and 2 days old, and I have 19 days of playtime. There. Ever played Hades? I love Hades. Hades is one of my favorite games ever made. Absolutely love it. PoE's awesome, and it's getting a new league next month too. How do the leagues work? Is it like D3 seasons, or how does that work, K-Dog? Specialize in minions on PoE. You want some Necromancer pointers? Sure as hell got them. 1k hours in Witch Necro. Ooh. Typically like to give most games a try before writing off. Yeah. Yeah. I try to give things multiple chances. In fact, some of my favorite games, I didn't like the first time I tried. Dragon Age Origins. One of my favorite games of all time. Like, one of the best RPGs ever made in terms of single player, you know, RPG experience. It took me until my third time trying that game to like it. I absolutely loathed it the first 2 times. Then for some reason, the third chance I gave the game, I was like, wait, this is incredible. What am I on? Sometimes giving things multiple chances is worthwhile. I always say try anything twice. Try something once, and then a second time to make sure you don't like it. Like JoJo? Did you have that experience with JoJo, Nagacha? Was a leaderboard climber for D3. Necro Solos hit over thousands of hours. PoE changed my life after years of battling people trying to get me into it. Biggest thing about PoE is that it doesn't do a very good job of explaining damage stack-ups. I'm familiar with that. Very familiar with that. Same energy I didn't like Darkest Dungeon for the first 30 hours or so. That's another thing I still haven't tried. You think I'd like that one, Daniel? Respawn on me while I play Dragon's Dogma, because you're describing my experience with Dragon's Dogma. I know that's one of Lazy's favorite games. Man, we need to do more retro games. I haven't done variety streams in over a month because Wonderlands. But once variety streams are, like, back on the table, man, I got a lot to go through. Also, fuck Celissa. I hate Celissa. All my homies hate Celissa. Sorry, I had to get that out. Hey Yonper, how you doing? I like Celissa. I liked Celissa until I got her 7 times going up my first climb to 35 swag, and ever since then I've just had an irrational hatred. Like, mechanics-wise she's not super unfair or anything, I just personally dislike Celissa. Her existence offends me on a deeply, deeply human level. It's completely irrational. I also could stop being stubborn and actually use a fire weapon, but no. Good, thanks. How are you today? Doing great. Having some lovely conversations. Wow, worst possible blank slate. Lovely. Having some lovely conversations with you guys. It's been stimulating today. And this build's been fun. It's been fun showcasing that snipers do not need love and are just great in this game. Saying that nerfing seems like an experimental way of balancing damage. Sometimes it ruins overall gameplay at times. Do love Tiny Tina, sometimes nerfing things irritating. Absolutely, sometimes. Prophet and Moist. We absolutely found some common ground there. Some nerfs are frustrating and unnecessary, which is why it's important to do both. You need nerfs and buffs, and you need to be very careful about which thing you target with which, because either one can ruin a game. Either one can make you have less fun with a game. Doll Assault Rifle nerf? Yeah, that's one I still don't understand. Like, sure, some of them had high base, like, pretty good DPS, but their use cases didn't surpass use cases for other things. So I don't think that was necessary. Maybe in the future, but I don't think that was necessary. Definitely like Darkest Dungeon, but be warned, might want to start on Radiant. Default difficulty is a little extreme to learn. Yeah, I'm okay with working my way up difficulty-wise. I'm not one of those people who's like, I have to play on the hardest. No, sometimes I have to learn. There's some kinds of games that I'm just straight up not good at, too. Like, Souls games. I really enjoy watching Souls content in terms of actually playing the games. Very few of them am I any good at. I'm not very good at Doom either, even though I love playing the Doom games. At least the Doom reboot games. Like, I play on Ultraviolence. I'm not a nightmare gamer. We're gonna have 2 unique Dual Assault Rifles. The quad bow. And the what manufactures the donkey? I always forget. Is that Stoker? Stoker. We got the quad bow. What's the other Dahlia AR? Rest my case? Yeah. Hey Zippers, got a completely random question. Do we know what damage type the full battery award applies? I can't find it, dreading test it after work. So, it makes a lightning bolt that is its own damage. It's like unspecified damage, kind of like this armor effect, the Pandemicium. It gets lightning bonuses, gets all damage bonuses, gets elemental bonuses. I don't know if the full battery lightning bolt is AoE or not, but the answer is it doesn't get much. It doesn't get much. Crossbow, crossbow's black powder swag. Hey Onyx, how you doing? Slim pickings with the sniper bunny again. It's trying to scare me off. It's not gonna. Sadness, but thank you. Yeah, glad I could help. Sorry to crush the dreams. For counting the blue unique too, the mistrial. Mistrial is also buggy.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Where is the nearest Kevin? Kevin is right there. I can pet the Kevin. Sniper Bunny been stingy? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's special about the Envy Sniper besides Lock to Poison? I tried it, see nothing special. The ricochets do different elements. So if you're familiar with the Wedding Invitation from Borderlands 3, same kind of energy. Look at the ricochets. That's the special thing about the Envy. A potentially dumb question. What is class power actually increasing? That's not a dumb question at all, Ember. I can go over that. There's actually some bugs which I do want to, once again, amplify so people know about the existence. So class power is a stat you get on your amulet. You can get 1 class. Then on your armor, you can get 2 classes. Now the primary one rolls at double the value of the secondary one. And class power does something different for each class. If you mouse over, as Swag is going over in the chat for you there, if you mouse over your class power, it'll tell you what it increases. But most of the classes actually have a thing that is listed here that, seemingly due to a bug, does not actually scale with class power. So, for Graveborn, all the things listed here scale, but you see Blast Gasp in the list? Blast Gasp is currently not scaling with Graveborn power. If you look at Berserker, Blast Chill is currently not scaling with Berserker power. For the Spore Warden, Play the Angles is not scaling, and for the Clawbringer, Rebuke is not scaling. Those 4 effects are listed in class power, but are not actually governed by it. But for everything else listed here, it just makes your stuff, your class-specific stuff, a bit better. This usually means your action skills, your pets, any bonus elements associated with the class, and any individual damage source things, like Blastomet's Favor on Clawbringer, even though it sucks, that does scale with class power. Things of that nature. And yeah, it's not a dumb question at all, Ember. Might need to put together a PSA document, all the bug skills and items, spread awareness. That's something that's often not worth the time, Daniel, because it's an ever-changing game. You know, weekly hotfixes, we can assume monthly patches. stuff gets addressed. They even sometimes go outside of their hotfix schedule to address high-profile things, like the Ice Spike thing was outside of hotfix schedule. Blastcast doesn't scale with Greatborn power? Correct. You know, I get more damage out of it if it's fixed? Yep. 3 of the 4 things that I mentioned aren't scaling are still some of the hardest hitting things in the entire game, without getting their class power. It's craziness. It's tomfoolery. Straight up absurd. Do another run. Message received, buff spell shot. Ugh, pain. Spell shot's only gotten buffed twice so far. It's fine, right? It's fine. Everything is fine. Spell shot is Iron Bear. Everything is fine. All is right in the world. Spellshot the new Moze? No, Spellshot's the new Iron Bear. Why is the carouser so delicious? It's so satisfying, isn't it, T-Doggy? Literally just typing an Iron Bear joke. Great minds, Ember. Great minds. I think Mayhem scaling the skills kind of ruined BO3. It wasn't that at all. Because there are some things that were Mayhem scaled that were not problematic because of it. For example, do you think Sentinel was a problem because it had Mayhem scaling? Do you think Rack Attack was a problem because it had Mayhem scaling? You know, Phase Slam? No, those were fine. Mayhem scaling is not inherently bad. And Iron Bear's Mayhem scaling also was not the cause of it overperforming. Iron Bear was overperforming because a change they made to the game in the Mayhem 2.0 prelude, right before we got 2.0, and, you know, everything changed. They gave Iron Bear better per-level scaling than most other things in the game. Most things in these Lands games scale by a factor of 1.09 to the power of whatever the level is. Iron Bear was 1.11, I think. It was something higher, which means that Iron Bear literally got more damage than enemies got health as you leveled. So every level would make Iron Bear stronger. This also means every subsequent level cap increase made Iron Bear stronger. And that was a solution that was put in place before Mayhem scaling, because at the time Iron Bear was weak and needed that, and it was fine. And then Mayhem 2.0 happened, and the per level scaling thing was no longer enough. So later on they added the Mayhem scaling to all action skills, then suddenly Iron Bear had both. And that's what started it. And then from there, they started giving Iron Bear better and better class mods. We got the Flare class mod and the Flame class mod. And then they gave Iron Bear hardpoint specific enchantments. And then they buffed those hardpoint enchantments. And then they gave the Purple Tree as well. 1.11? Yeah, swag. It's either 1.11 or 1.13. I don't remember which one off the top of my head. So we make an Iron Bear build. Iron Bear is painfully strong. an astronomical difference over 72 levels. Didn't realize I never reverted the increased level scaling. Yep, that is the main cause. I mean, on top of all of the constant buffs. It kind of became a meme in the community. The Iron Bear got a buff roughly every 3 months for a year and a half. Continuously, a period of a year and a half. About every 3 months, Iron Bear got something that made it stronger. Whether it was a level cap increase, or a direct enchantment buff, or a skill tree being added. Like, a year and a half. Every 3 months it got something. So when you hear people be afraid about Spellshot being the Iron Bear of this game, that's what they're thinking of. Love how you call Annoyance enchants now. Did I call the BL3 ones enchants, Sinju? If I did, it was reflex. I genuinely don't know if I did or not. Moze has a Minesweeper? Yeah, Minesweeper's already, like, crazy. Moze has so much in her kit. Moze was a lot of fun. There's a lot of cool things you could do with Moze. I enjoyed that character more and more as BL3 aged. I did more and more Moze stuff. By the end, I was playing mostly Moze, honestly. Yes, 6 times? Ha. That's great. I've been trying to reprogram myself, you know, with the new manufacturers and whatnot. And enchants versus annoyance, and then ward instead of shields, the element names. I'm trying to use up-to-date terminology, because we did get a lot of new players into the LAN scene with this game, and they don't know the old terms. So for clarity's sake, I like referring to things by the new terms. But unfortunately, a side effect of that is I am terrible at separating out old and new terms, so I also have started referring to the old things by the new terms. Ward passes actually say shield. Oh, there's a bunch of places where instead of frost they say cryo, instead of ward they say shield. It's not uniform. But I try. Cannot stop calling myth rank hero points. Enchant is such a better name than Anoint. I like the thematic nature of, like, you know, anointment. The anointed, it made sense. But enchantment does feel, I don't know, smoother? I don't know. Pretty sure those old manufacturers are carved into my brain flesh. Understandable. You see the game pauses everywhere. Yeah. I was a Zane fanatic, so of course I'm playing Reverse Zane, Ambi Hex. How can I maximize my spell damage without using stuff like Curse Wind, Buff Cruncher? So Spellshot has this absolutely terrifying bonus element called Double Knot, which they reworked the functionality of in the patch. And it went from a good bonus element to the most terrifying bonus element they've ever created. You can use that. You could also take Graveborn for your second class. It is the other class that complements spells very well. It has Blast Gasp, a lot of spell damage and tree, healing when you cast a spell, some spell cooldown stuff. Graveborn and Spellshot complement each other very well. A lot of damage, a lot of survivability, a lot of flexibility. Warcaster. Is that 4 points in Warcaster? That could be a fun meme. My brain stops reading after Dal and Dahlia. Understandable. I like Spore and Spell Shot more, to be honest. Yeah, the cool thing about multi-class system in this game is everyone's got their preferences and none of them are invalid. All of the classes can combine with each other in a enjoyable way in some capacity. I find myself playing Berserker Greyborn the most, which is funny because before launch I was theorizing that I would play that the most, and I ended up being right, even though I circle around through other things. Are the spawners crystal locks always in the same spot? Yes, but the ones that are active changes depending on, that's RNG based. So there will be several locations throughout the map. I believe each map has 3 with the exception of the Mimic secret room, which has 2. Bad side is there's too many builds to try. At least that gives the game longevity, right, please? My Reaper ended. I was hoping to at least get through this phase. Nope. Be bad. Yeah, I need a little more damage for that. That was a long duration Reaper. There we go. Fog Sniper. Snipers are sick. How you doing, Braun? Got 3 Arcane Bolts for 1 Obelisk, dude. Let's go, swag. I need more Arcane Bolts. The one I'm using right now isn't even a Chaotic. It just has good parts. I don't even know if I want a Cryo Element here, because while that does benefit from my Ancestral Frost and it'll build towards my Icebreaker, I feel like covering Lightning would be better. Which Obelisk drops Arcane Bolt? Which region? Even with some swap speed, does swapping to that Soak Launcher ever really do enough? Yeah, it does a lot. Because Soaked is a 50% damage increase on the relevant elements. 50%. Yes, the armor reads 150, it's just a weird way of saying plus 50. And it's a unique thing, so just 50% more damage for me switching weapons and tagging once. 50% for 10 seconds. That's like a lot. Versus the downtime. Yeah, it's worth it against enemies that are gonna survive long enough that I need to start watching my ammo regen. So like raid bosses. Yes. I'm gonna run through the fire here to end my Reaper. Whoop, you missed. Oh well. I got more downtime now. Or my ping just isn't. Gloop, what are you doing? Yeah, that was very much worth it. Facing the Sawmill has an underbarrel. I constantly forget about that. I don't even know what underbarrels are on most of my Sawmills. For playing boomer shooters where your build just pick a gun, so I miss the simple playstyle. I like the variety we have now. The new Doom games are Sublime IMO. Yeah, there's an argument that eventually gets to be too much. Like, Doom Eternal added so much shit, like in terms of individual mechanics, like each enemy type has a weapon you use, and, like, eventually there's so many buttons just changing your kit out. That was a little overwhelming. I do get that. But yeah, for the most part, having a bigger sandbox is great. Can anyone do stuff with underbarrel big boy rockets? Not yet, Daniel, but it's something I do have an interest in. Because you could do amp with that, and with some pretty big potential numbers. I do have an interest. Doom Eternal, my go-to is just super shoddy and ballista swaps, man. That was popular, yeah. Effective. $20 mag volatile Sawmill, but it's another ×3. Where's the ×2s at? Hey, great buff. Got 20% buff, might just slap. Yeah, the 20% buff to snipers was to the card damage of all sniper rifles. So yeah, they did get the increase. They were already good. The thing with snipers in this game that people aren't gonna really understand, because a lot of the people weren't using snipers when the change happened, is that 20% was unnecessary. Completely. They didn't need it. There's no real other way of putting it. And case in point, people who said sniper is bad before are still saying sniper is bad now, because they're still not using them. and that's the thing. Used big boy rockets in the story playthrough, never retested them. The radius is huge, it's just the sustainability is awkward. You could honestly have 4 weapon slots, like just full of big boy rockets. Like, you switch to the gun, you take out the big boy rocket, and then you just have it ready to switch to. You just cycle through them like that. That could be a way. Hang on 1 second. Just notice, is it me or is there a latency in the cam audio and video? Is there? Is it desynced? It could be the, I lost connection to OBS early in the stream today. And it, like, there was no connection dip or anything. It was just, OBS was like, hey, you're disconnected. And then it reconnected immediately. So you might need to refresh, Rohit, if you were there when it happened. That'll make uploading the VOD kind of shitty. It'll be in 2 broadcasts. I hate when that happens midstream. Because I don't edit. I just click the export button. I'll have to export 2 VODs. VODs! It's like mods, but with the YouTube icon. How you doing, Aaron Balfour? Does Universal Soldier reload? Yes. Yes, it can. I was using Universal Soldier tech with the Drill Sniper underbarrel, which is basically the same energy as a big boy rocket. So yeah, it does work. Doing good. Glad to hear it. Seems fine after refresh. Yeah, it's probably that. Glad to hear it's resolved. OBS has just not been good for me. About the last 2 months, almost to the day, OBS has given me trouble, just in some way. Very frustrating. How does ammo regen work with Big Boy Rocket? So it counts as a sniper rifle still. So it doesn't get the regen penalty of launchers or anything if that's what you're worried about. But because you have a mag size of 1, it's a percentage of 1. Now, if you can get to a mag size of 2, that improves the ammo regen a lot, but you're still going to have to stagger your shots. If you want to shoot more than 1 time without switching off. Use ammo regen as reload speed. Yeah, you can kind of do that. Time to farm the chest before Ribula for a Cryotalia SMG. They give you a guaranteed Cryotalia at the beginning of the game, right? They totally knew how powerful those things are. They wanted to flex. It's always bottom right. Yeah. I suspected, but I couldn't remember for sure. Always cryo, sadly it's always green. Well, the times 4s are always cryo. Times 4 and 5 have to be cryo. It's just a byproduct that they made the cryo barrel work that way. But yeah, green rarity, you know, it makes sense because it's, what, level 2. Yeah, they're not going to give you super high rarity at level 2. It doesn't change that. Theoretically, you could get a legendary as a drop. But, you know, it's probably not their preference. I don't think it'd be chaotic or higher. Chaos tier items are not supposed to drop until you are on chaos levels. There's a bug where they sometimes do anyway, but they are not supposed to be able to. But all items in the game can be chaotic or better. This even extends to moon orbs. So these can be chaotic. Chaotic Whites for the win? Yeah. See, I don't mind that because it's not like those are eating your chances at Chaotic plus Legendaries. Like, it's just separately calculated. So, like, you don't lose anything. It's just sometimes cool to see. And for any setups where you want to use specific non-uniques, it's nice to get better versions. Helps them hold up well. Can destroy the world by Primordial White Rarity build. It probably, if you get the right stuff. You know, Ice Spikes can be White Rarity, I think. They might be green plus. No, but they could probably be white. If you get a triple Ice Spike, probably not triple, just a regular Ice Spike, they still do good damage. Because Ice Spikes are projectiles, so they can hit crit spots and such. So, like, yeah, that'd be a fun setup. Hey CZ, how you doing? Non-uniques feel more viable in this game than previous ones, disregarding Double Anarchy. Yeah, there's definitely more diversity in non-uniques at endgame in this game. Which I do like. That was a lot of setup just to do that, but sometimes I want to be in. New challenge mode, White Rarity only, let's go. Can you not roll an enchant on the Reign of Warlock and the Thunder Anima? Reign of Warlock, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. But Thunder Anima can't be enchanted. I'll go back to Oswald. I have a green amulet in my bank that I found. It's just called Dragons and only gives claw power, no passives. Yeah, byproduct of the naming convention. Pure SMG. What's the full name, please? Like, is that the full name on the card? Because if so, I'm not familiar. And what rarity is it? It might be a quest reward I forgot about or something. Yeah, is it a Fragment Rain? Because Fragment Rain can be enchanted. And I'm familiar with that gun. Hey Dex, hope you're doing well. Doing very well. Fun stream today. Lots of fun conversation. And, this build is addictive. Also, I want very specific gear to be able to upgrade this setup at all. So, farming for that is... we should probably roll Amulet Bunny on this run, chat. I may as well start suffering. Or do we want to do rings? What do you think on this run? Amulets or rings? We've been hitting snipers a lot. Bunny's probably sick of my shit. Hey, Boom. How you doing? Throwable Hole. Okay, that's a different one. Yeah, Throwable Hole is also non-enchantable. But the Sniper Bunny demands sacrifices. Yeah, but it's a dick. Get fucked, Vorkanar. That was rude. That was brutal. So I discovered the strength of the ×4 Sawmill. If you bottom out your ammo to the point where you have nothing, and you can't auto-reload, so there's nothing in your stock, but you have ammo regen fast enough to get you 1 bullet back at a time, you can just keep regenning the 1 bullet. Now, the gun consumes 4, but you still get the full shot, even if you only have 1. This was tech some people used with launchers in BL3, with various ammo refunding effects. But yeah, you could basically set it 0 ammo, just constantly regen 1, and keep shooting a ×4 Sawmill forever. Eliminating all the downsides of it being ×4. Get Vorkanar, he properly killed me for no reason last night. I'll get him again for you, Hazel. This man turns a ×4 Sawmill into a boogeyman. But Sniper is bad, can't forget it. It's pretty nuts, pretty gross. Hey Irish, how you doing? With Sniper SUs are actually not desirable. I don't have all of mine yet. Maybe I don't buy any more. Maybe we go for launcher SUs now. I'm kind of slacking on those. Do better, couldn't sleep last night. Bowel issues. Ah, I feel you. I've been having some intestinal distress lately myself. Hopefully they clear up for you. Wow, you double spot. It spun me around, so I got hit by it. That was toxic. That was just rude. Alright, Bunny is not playing fair. I'm a berserker, so I could just sit here all day. I can be rude too. I like that shit, Bunny. Yo, Grumpy, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Thank you for bringing your community over here. I appreciate it so much. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Use water gun, it's super effective. You got a big old water cannon. See? Water. Did a few chaos runs, kind of hit a gear barrier at chaos 25-26, did a few extended runs. Yeah, that's the play. I should have done that during my first 35 climb. Instead, I just kind of beat my face against it with little damage. You'll probably save yourself a lot of time in the long run. Is Frozen Orb any good? Couldn't find a use for it. It can be amusing. With Spell Radius, it can be a pretty fun area clearing tool. But it is kind of weird. It's okay. I wouldn't say it's, you know, amazing. I wouldn't say it's bad. It's just okay. I do enjoy it, though, with lots of Spell Radius increases. Got a Tidebreaker, great spell to go with my Queen's Cry. Ooh, nice. Alright, we'll hit rings until I get something with Sniper Mag. Give me a Primordial triple roll Sniper Mag size, please. Wonder if that was just supposed to be a Berserker spell or something. It's good on everyone who is doing any sort of, frost or lightning damage. The soak mechanic is just good in general. Using Tidebreaker as lightning to power crossblade, tons of fun. Yeah, that sounds great, Trade Secret. That does sound really good. Something I've been messing with is use a claw armor to convert your companions to either lightning or frost, and then you get all the benefits of that with you know, Tidebreaker as well. Meant Frozen Orb, soaked is awesome on run. Ah, you meant Frozen Orb. It's a Diablo reference. They always have a Diablo reference item in all the Lands games. Like, they have the Cracked Sash, the Breath of the Dying, the Butcher, Frozen Orb. I'm sure there's a couple others I missed. It might just be there for that purpose. Even Tails? Well, Tails didn't have items, so... no. Not in the same sense, you know. Sawmill's new liquid cooling. 3/4 of Bunny's HP and from the shadows with status effect. It's Madam Bust Down, give me 3 instances of potent poison buffs. Nice, Rohit. Glad it's working out for you. If you put on a Bradluck in the bunny room, does it apply before you open anything? Depends on if that actually updates your loot luck. sometimes visually your loot luck won't update until you map transfer, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not actually updating, and that's a very difficult thing to test. Is the Atlas Silver SMG real? I don't know what that means. I'm not familiar. Is it a Tales thing? Because I'm gonna be honest, I remember very few details from Tales. I consider Tales more a movie than a game. Found regretted trick mirrors projectiles apparently spell damage. Is it spell damage, or does it have spell damage scaling? Aaron. Yes, I'm in copium mode, but bear with me. Damage source. Fuck. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Blast gas trick mirror. Also, double knot trick mirror is the thing I was thinking about. If that works that way. Now it could be like the Cryo Buffmeister, where the Cryo Buffmeister's bonus element is damage source spell, but it doesn't trigger anything. It just scales the spell damage. Could be like that. So it needs to be tested if it can actually cause blast gas and double knots, but like, yeah. Fucking double knot reflect builds are back. Why is it always goddamn fucking spell shot? Anyone really want to know if that can happen? Boom, it's reflect stuff. Of course I want to know if that can happen. I'm a reflect addict. Maybe just leave this one well enough alone. I wish I had that much self-control. I truly wish I did. The epitome of no aim builds. Yup. Cat, what are you doing? Cat. What is he doing? What's the max backpack size? 70. His best? Oh, understandable. Shot Reaper Bones Reflect build. Be funny. That'd be real funny. I don't know if Time Skip can roll more than one extra projectile apart. That I don't know off the top of my head, trade secret, but if you're in the Discord, if you put that in Curse Testing channel, someone can check on that for you. That's something I'd be curious about as well. Think it can? I think it can too, but it's always nice to get confirmation. Oh, there you go. You got the spreadsheet. Aaron's got the spreadsheet for you. Who's venting a sec? Nasty Spill can kiss the fattest part of my ass. Yeah, Jester. We were dunking on Nasty Spill earlier. I am not a fan. I'll take it over Toothless or Nullify, but like, that's like saying you'd rather be kicked in the shin than have your foot shot off. It's still not ideal. A lot better, but not ideal. Potentially just spam Barrage with a Harbinger, literally kill the entire room with Reflects. The worst sword I think it might. I don't think you can reflect your own Barrages. I don't think. Don't you constantly have the shield pull? Huh. You could, but... And you'd be going Spore Warden. Wouldn't be ideal there. Unless... Spore Warden Graveborn, and you Spore Fuse off of a Blast Gas, off of a Reflect. It's a meme. Like that, the mathematical chances of that are, it's not worth doing. It's a cherry-picked clip, not a build concept. But it's funny to think about. Is it weird that I like dealing damage through things other than guns? I love my looter shooter. Not weird at all, Irish. I'm using guns more in this game than people, including myself, expected. I did a lot of non-gun stuff in BL3. Tried getting Spore Fuse to prog off Double Knot's gun damage the other day. It didn't seem to work, unfortunately, so I feel like it wouldn't work there either. I don't think Double Knot is damage source gun? What is Double Knot's damage source? It is bullet? It should then. It should Scorpius. Shadowfire. Anything weird with Shadowfire? Like, it's cool, but like, it's not good. Not still bonus element? Ah, so it's like ASC50s. Okay, it's a bullet, but it's not a gun. So it's a half measure. Bonus elements don't tend to proc things. It's why Double Knot's not as crazy as it could be. It's why Buffmeister's bonus element is not as crazy as it could be. As crazy as those things are. Shadowfire Chuck build, it just doesn't do good damage. It's cool, and I love the damage delivery, and I'd like to reiterate, it's cool. Cat, how the fuck did you turn that on? So there's a cat toy. It's a fish. Just it's got a motor in it, so it flops around. But it's like switch operated. How did he turn it on? Thumbs? I'm scared. No, get out of his asshole. It's now sniffing the other cat's asshole. He's not learning that fast. We're good. Context important. A little. It's on again. And clipped. Ah, shit. Understandable, to be honest. Of course, Control shows up. Yep. Speak of assholes. And Control's like, yo, pics? Had a great time chilling with the homies. I got a licky split. Hopefully see y'all again tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys. I will likely not be live tomorrow, Simple Rick, but Friday. Friday. I have jury duty tomorrow. Unless it gets canceled last minute. Copium. We tried all 15 class combos? In some capacity, yeah, Irish. At least one time. Some I played a lot more than others, some I barely touched, but I've played them all at least one time. The mic picked that up, right? Kevin is losing his goddamn mind. Like, he goes and he turns it on, and then he's like, the fuck, and waits for it to stop, and then turns it on again. Do it again. No, he's scared. I've awakened the Satan in this fish. Oh, here it goes, here it goes. He's so afraid of it. Like, he's lightly touching it, and it's like, oh.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
This is the funniest shit. He's terrified. A bit out of petting range, Hazel, but I'll put one in the bank for you. Cat runs from everything. Yeah, Kevin kind of runs from everything too. Yes, Kevin, I'm talking shit about you. You got big, holy fuck. When you sit like that, you're wide. You are a wide boy. Do I feed you too much? You're fucking huge. This cat is wide. Not reading that, Aaron. What is even happening? My cat is just doing crazy shit off screen over there. Like, he's an interesting character. Now he's just kind of sitting there. But you know how cats sit when they got their paws like under them and they're all like balled up? Yes, you. Yes. Come up here. Yeah, this guy. This boy got wide as fuck. Loafing? Is that the term? Cat boat mode. 8 days. Show cat. Cat. Right there. Cat. Cat cam. I gotta clean for cat cam. Also, acquire the cam. I did actually set aside money for that a while ago. I will do cat cam. It was just one of those things where I was like, hey, let me just change my setup as well. I plan on doing that, and I still haven't done that. Because I need to buy a desk for that. And also I need to move stuff in here. But I could do it. I do have my old monitor that I used before I swapped out one for a new one, so I could go to 3 monitors like I've been wanting to for a while. Ah yes, the build. Hey Peric, how you doing? Gotta go thank Kevin for the last will do. Boom says thank you, Kevin. He just kinda looks confused. Oh, he's coming over. Yes, you. Get up here. Get up here. Come on. There we go. He's now eating my hand. Ow. Why are you devouring me? Why are you consuming me? Ow. Ow. I woke up this morning to Jake trying to eat my elbow, and now Kevin's trying to eat my hand. Like, am I decomposing or something? Do they think I'm dead? Fat, I guess he took it personally. You feed them last night? I fed them this morning. I don't feel like it. Toad dies, he lived an absolute treat. Oh. One day you don't hear from Quag, you know what happened? True. A Buffmeister fan caught up with me. Oh, you meant the cat thing? Okay. Equally likely, though. Cats, how does it feel to turn the table to be eaten? Meowie. Cowda Buffmeister fan, he would never betray me like that. Don't you even put that idea in my head. He would never do that. I've raised him better than that. Anyone else hear that Korn song, Twisted Transistor, in your head whenever you get a transistor drop? Is it just me? Because every time. Every single time. I do now, thanks. My pleasure. Hey Press, how you doing? Did I tell you Transistor does the burn both ends thing where it boosts kinetic damage and elemental boost? You did not, but that's cool. That's pretty cool. They did a lot of stealthy things with items like that, where something seemingly straightforward just kind of has an extra, like, why the fuck not going on. Kind of disappoints me when an item doesn't have that at this point. Like when, CZ mentioned yesterday, mentioned the sword explosion, just unprompted. I was like, ooh, you find something? And then he didn't. And I was like, oh, okay. False Hope. Can Hellish Blast proc Blast Cast or resolve ability damage? Hellish Blast should be Companion. Omi data. So, I don't think it's a spell at all. Drill. This is the same parts. Okay. That ability to shoot a rocket at your feet and transistor one-shot something. It wouldn't give you enough damage to, like, make the difference with a one-shot. Big sword thingy is, of course, a different damage source, but I guess the barrel converts it. Decommission drill. I don't mind the boss, it's just like... It's something I'd want to opt into, you know? Times 2 sustains so much better. Look at this shit. Just burr. Yeah, I need more times 2s, and I need just a little more mag size. And that's almost, like, super sustained. I need him to get closer. My sawmill takes too long to land. I was throwing it out. I applied the soak debuff to him with my launcher. That was. Just today, when I noticed the Drill Death Terminator reference. Someone told me about that a few days ago. I gotta keep an eye out for it on this kill. Thanks for reminding me. Random underbarrel use on a whim. Let's watch. Ha! Yep. Sick. Storm Surge. So this this effect apparently, unless it's been fixed in the patch, just doesn't do anything. But I'll pick it up in case it's been fixed. It's one of those Rampager Easter eggs didn't hit it first, and I was like, ah, shit, yeah. That's cool. You tested Perceiver's stuff? Thanks, CZ. Thank you for confirming. Funk, 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 funk. We had to turn off dialogue volume, Felicia, because of the screaming and moaning. Yeah, I meant that how it sounded. Crit chance on weapons like crossblade and stuff. Also worth investigating, but doubtful. They've compartmentalized crit chance and such pretty well in this game. Likely to avoid crit swapping debacles. This means Drew will be back. Unfortunately, he'll be back on the next run, likely. Why are you non-Ellie? But holy fuck, that damage. I want that launcher. I want the Storm Surge too. I'm a hoarder. Why am I such a hoarder? Is that Envy just chilling barrel up? How does this work? How is this happening? It's like the sword and the stone, but it's the gun and the ground. Made a gelatinous cube build yet? I have not, but Stone Swan has, and it's terrifying. It's actually really good. It's like that promo image. Oh yeah. And now we don't need to live in fear of bricking. We could just roll it. We'll only get all bricked up in the conventional sense. That's not the right one. Cool. Envy's trying to sell itself. I like the Envy. I think it's underrated. Let's go buy SDUs. It's one concept I couldn't wrap my head around crit swapping. Basically, crit swapping was... Since crit damage is an on-hit in previous games, it's calculated when the damage is dealt, not when you create the thing that does the damage. For all intents and purposes, as far as the game's concerned, whatever gun you're holding is the originator for on-hit multipliers, meaning you could, say, shoot a gun that does a lot of damage but has no crit multiplier, and then hold a gun that has a high crit multiplier, and that hit would get that crit multiplier. That's what crit swapping was. They restructured how crit works in a lot of ways in this game, in very, very different ways, seemingly to kind of quash that a bit, which is a good change. I always forget which way to run here. I'm like, hey, I'm going to the tavern, or I'm going to the target dummy. Like, no, I'm going over here. Yeah, I had no SDU upgrades. Much better. Doubled our ammo capacity for launchers just now. Excuse me, can't speak. Ugh. Dry throat. Dying. Coffee. Does the handbow have the highest card crit? Highest I've seen? Highest I can think of. Hey, a white fear not with lightning bolt. Nice. Primordial green sigil. Let's go. You said crit swap. Crit swap is a cheese exploit fair. It's an exploit. It is not up for debate that it is an exploit. Now, whether or not you care to use exploits in your own gameplay, that's up to you. But crit swapping was an exploit. Clear as day. I don't care if you do it, just call it what it is. That's very sustainable. Yeah, if I take breaks to, like, melee and such, that's very comfy. ×2 is just better. They turned it on again. I'll have to farm for a cryo primordial. Pain. They left it in those games. Yeah, because it was a byproduct of crit being an on-hit multiplier. It's not as simple as just fix the crit swapping. Tried time. In this game, they kind of redid the entirety of how crits work. And lo and behold, crit swapping less apparent. I feel like games like this I have an obligation to exploit. Well, we feel differently. I make it my literal job to showcase some of the most unique and effective things you can do in these games, and I do not use exploits, or glitches, or cheats. So, you don't have an obligation. You have a desire to, but the games in no way push you towards that. Heard that argument so many times on BO3. Yeah, people said that a lot, didn't they? I agree, it was interesting to see how different ways it popped up. I didn't find any interest in that at all. It's about as interesting to me as loading up Cheat Engine. There's no achievement in it, there's no interest. One of these cats just took a shit, and it's the smelliest thing I've ever experienced in my entire life. The only reason I'm not violently gagging is because the smell has paralyzed the muscles in my face. I'm screaming internally. Everything is suffering. I'm going to die here. Spell swapping a thing for spell shot? There was an exploit involving the Buffmeister that was basically that, but it's been patched. This ×2 sawmill is taking lives. Love to see it. Why is cat shit about 3 times worse than other animal shit? You think it's more ammonia? That would make sense. Oh, hey Dragon Lord statue, you're just kinda here. I think a Face Puncher as weapon could provide a better avenue for the Stabbo class. No, I think a Face Puncher would destroy any melee builds in this game that involve actually swinging a weapon. As it did in Borderlands 3. Room. Picked a perfect time to sit back down and put my earbud back in. Question, given all the problematic behavior towards Stickies, see them return in the next Lance project? I think we'll see them return. It's just the question is how will they be tuned? So BL3, Torgue Stickies took some very, very big nerfs very early. They were doing similar things to what you're seeing in this game, which is absolutely melting things, just being better than most things. They were doing that in BL3 and they were toned down early because of it. Now, we're still in what I would consider the early stages, so it remains to be seen if they get left untouched. But I don't think that they're willing to scrap the manufacturer gimmick of Torgue, considering how beloved it is, and, you know, they'd be giving themselves a lot of extra work if they left it out of a future title. I think it's here to stay for the foreseeable future. Daniel. What I want for melee builds, a gun that shoots gun damage, 20% chance to send down 3 daggers to deal 75% of your melee weapons damage. Reason, one, it sounds fun and cool, and it's a rational thing to put in the game, probably not. Do I care? No. Should they add it? No. But will my brain do the funny thing it does in big number? Yes. If it did some of your melee weapons damage as gun damage, sure. As long as it's not melee damage in any capacity other than looking like melee damage, then it's not a balance problem. But as you said, if it is a ranged delivery of melee through a gun, then it's immediately problematic. You know, a problem toning down TDR's identity in BL3. But they didn't, though. It was just the numbers change. Like, Torgue got a numbers change, too, in that game. Almost in one Reaper. Took a hit I shouldn't have. No, too much damage. I just need a little more mag. That Graveborn power on Amulet would help me a lot too. Honestly, go either way. I'd like to see all the manufacturer gimmicks evolve at some point. They did that with BL3. So, you could expect that for another main series entry, sure. Banshee, and I want them to leave it at that for distant melee damage. Well, there's more than that. There's the metal loot and the Ragnarok and the Fatebreaker. Remember, there's 2 versions of the Banshee. There's a lot more than that. Also, you have Stabo Capstone. Aren't they all melee weapons, though? Yeah. It's ranged damage delivery through an actual melee weapon swing, which is why I'm fine with it. Stabo Capstone is not, but it's at the bottom of a terrible skill tree, so... Yeah, the Poison Saw build, as expected, did a lot better here. But in terms of how much I'm able to actually physically shoot here, this bodes very well. Are talking about Face Puncher again, because it's one of those things people will never let go of. Much like the Grog Nozzle. Or the Norfleet. People never let go of it. One thing, it does spell damage, not melee. Spellblade is still melee. The description's kind of a lie. Spellblade applies spell scaling as a different stat to anything with damage towards melee, including things other than itself. Spellblade's the closest thing to this game's Face Puncher, if we're being honest. Not really similar in direct function, but in terms of warping things. Or the Herald. People still occasionally complain, there's no Herald in this game, and then I love that I can say, it's there. Go to character customization, it's there. You don't even need a gear slot to use the Herald anymore. Magic Wand, not the Spellblade. What is the Magic Wand? Because the Spellblade is literally a magic wand. See this magic wand on the ground? That's a Spellblade. Herald's far stronger in this game than it's ever been. Preach. Launches eruptions. The Mage Staff, that's a different thing. Yeah, Mage Staff deals spell damage and not melee damage. So. It's a melee weapon that doesn't do melee. Yeah. It's not called Magic Wand, it's called Mage Staff. Yeah. I've ascended beyond overpowered into drip. Herald does all your damage in this game. Is Red Text a Fairly Odd Parents reference? Let me look. No, that's a Harry Potter reference. Drip over OP ability. Fashion Lance. It's the real endgame. Can we detect after raid bosses with my Herald? You can do it. Herald only deals emotional damage in this game. As it should be. ×3, Sag. Volatile Drills. Very high mag, low damage. Sag. Kevin, what are you doing? My cats are being extra, extra today. You can definitely hear that. They are in need of attention, I think. And why are so many people speeding down the road today? That's like the 4th one this stream. What is happening? Today is cursed. That was your cat that made that noise for a second. I was like, the fuck kind of brontosaurus does this guy have? No, that was a road. Hey son, how you doing? Skull-based melee weapon sounds cool. Yeah, that could be neat. If stabs are considered wands, now my chances with the ladies just bottomed out. Pain. It's okay, Stone Swan. You always got a chance with the cube. Okay, so we got this sawmill today. So I've now got 2 pretty good primordial sawmills. I need more though. I need a better amulet here. I need better rings here for even more mag size. We're really close to being able to like near infinitely sustain a ×2 sawmill. That's gonna be really wild when we can do that. So I'm gonna work on that. So that's gonna be it for stream today. Now, in terms of tomorrow, I do not have plans to stream tomorrow. I know it's hotfix day. I hate that I have to miss it. I do not have plans to stream tomorrow because I have civic duty. So if that gets canceled, then, you know, surprise, I'll stream. But if I have to still do that, then I will not be live. I won't know either way until probably like 5-ish hours from now, so. But don't plan on me streaming tomorrow. Does Ghostblade make use of passive on your melee weapon? No. Depending on the weapon. Certain unique effects, Spellblade, Diamond Guard Sword, Goblin's Bane, yes. Probably a couple others. But in terms of like Echo, no. So wondering, can I take any save file of a class I want to try a different build and just respec? Yes, you can. But yeah, let's find somewhere for us to go. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today. Y'all are awesome as always. If I don't see you tomorrow, I will be around Friday. So let's see who's still doing the thing. Dame's playing Elden Ring. Lazy's doing the thing. Looks like Alec got the K6 raid. Good for him. Pascaroni's on. Pascaroni pulling numbers. Good for him. Tizzle's hyped for the live-action Barbie movie. I'll have to watch a trailer or something. so many people have mentioned it that may as well. Let's go to Lazy. I'll be there anyway. So, raid message will be... do big ammo, because we did big ammo. So, let's go say hi to Lazy. I don't know what he's up to, but we'll find out together. I'll work on builds and stuff. I'll try to have more spicy stuff for Friday. If I can't do a Thursday stream, we'll make it extra interesting for Friday. Anyway, you guys are awesome. I appreciate the support, as always. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and bye.